Okay. Do my normal la 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 la's. Going. Oh, yes. All right. Now that Twitch is actually behaving itself. There we go. And YouTube's. Yep, there's YouTube's. So audio test complete. I would like to take a moment to kind of give a warning at the very beginning of stream. That way, if you're watching this in the future, time travelers and stuff, if you're this stream may not be child appropriate. It may not be sensitive ears appropriate. If you are easily offended by profanity and adult conversations and whatnot, the child friendly streams are down the hall to the left. I tend to curse a lot. There tends to be a bit of adult conversation, and there might be some inappropriateness in this stream. So, if that's the kind of stuff that you're sensitive to, I would suggest leaving now. But without further ado, let's get into it. Yeah, chat gets a little on the crazy side from time to time. And obviously, I talk to my chat. So, today, I did a thing. I did a couple things off stream. Not a whole lot. Just a couple things. I have a choo-choo here called bottle service. The choo-choo is called bottle service because it is full of bottles. Because, I mean, everybody likes having bottles. And I set up a few drone ports. I didn't actually set up any drones. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many of these do I have? Oh, we have 6, which is the exact number I need. This one, this little piggy, went to the market. Now we're going to go to the market. We're going to get at least that little piggy set up first. So for that, we need to go to Bourlange. And again, I apologize to anybody who may actually know what that city's really called, and I'm butchering the crap out of the name. Sorry. Whatever language that's supposed to be in is not a language I speak, so you get what you got. Last time on the Idiot Show, we set up 5,700 sulfur port per minute, maximum theoretical output. And I will say theoretical because I am way too lazy to actually figure out exactly how much I'm getting through those train stations per minute. But we set up 3 pure nodes, 2 normal nodes, and 3 impure nodes to come in here via train. All of sulfur. Because we're gonna start doing some stuff on this power plant. I've been talking about this power plant for a while. It's time to actually start doing some stuff on this power plant. Because, you know, I am a man of my word. I said I was going to make a big old freaking power plant. We're going to make a big old power plant. Now, when I say big old power plant, I mean 400 gigawatts. Yeah, and somehow there was a train wreck this morning. That was weird. Because looking at all my pathing and stuff, it should not have been possible. But alas, it was. And I've been trying to let this game idle as much as I can, mainly to just make sure the trains are running properly, and also to try to figure out just how much, if I'm getting at least 4,000 sulfur per minute into that station. Like I said, I set up 5,700. I need 4,000. Currently, I have the sinks set to dispose of 4,800. So if it's backing up at 4,800, that tells me, oh, 4,000 won't be a problem. It's calling me a bit on the weird side, but I'd rather have too much sulfur coming in than not enough sulfur coming in. And I may have to learn how to do a 4x4 belt balancer to do this system. And we haven't even started on any of the actual math for this system. I did go through and build a second floor to the power plant. That way I can set up all of the refinement down on the ground floor. And some of the power generators. Probably need to go check out the Spooter Cave and see how many energy power shards I have. It's been like 2 or 3 days since I've done that. No, it's like forgetting where I am. Kind of a sad thing when you literally forget just where you are. But I mean, it happens. Happens a little bit more. Happens a little more than I would like to be. I had always hoped that my math teachers in school were wrong, saying I'd need so much math in my life. This game proves them right. Yes, it does. I mean, look enough, it's mostly basic math. And like I've said before, I mean, the nice thing is, as much math that is in this game, they at least gave you a calculator. It's doing a lot better than some games where you don't have a calculator. But at least this game was nice and gave you a calculator. And off stream, I did connect the desert sulfur line to the main spine in another part. So the trains can get there 2 different ways. They don't have to go the super long way, which should help speed up the throughput through that mine. Yeah, we're just going to call it a mine. I don't care if it's called a node. We're just going to leave him over there. I just realized that I don't actually need to be here. I need to be at my OG fuel plant. So let's go over there real quick. Because the thing I need to do is I need to set up another fuel delivery drone to get the drone network started. I am not a big fan of using packaged fuel. Packaged fuel sucks. I am going to be switching these drones over to packaged rocket fuel, but that's down the road just a bit. By down the road, I mean I got to get the entire power plant up and running before I can even think about doing that. But look, I've already got a drone port set up for bringing packaged fuel, and that is a splitter, which is exactly what I want. And I want a splitter there, and I want a splitter pointing that way. That splitter isn't facing the wrong direction, so that's my bad. And we'll set that to that, that to that. That one's not where I want it. I'm not anal, you're anal. Johnny! What's going on, brother? Okay. And we can take this nasty packet fuel and stick it in there. And we'll make another drone. Let's roll up. I want to smack a drone on here. And we'll call this temp fuel out. Yeah, that works. Oh, and I need to bring a power wire over here and hook it up to that, and boom, we have power. Cool. Yay, awesome. Fantastic. That way, this will fill up with fuel to go to one drone line, and the rest of it will go over here to go to another drone line. So, yeah, awesome. Fantastic. That's amazing. Oh, so that's going to take a little while. So let's go back to the other plant. Oh, yeah. Trying to figure out what the belt is for. I know what it is. This fuel plant is probably going to come down in the near future, but I want to get, I want to get my big power plant going before we get too deep into that conversation. Okay. So that's the entire thing I needed to set up over here. I did go grab a couple more Mercer spheres because I needed them for reasons. I'm not saying they was good reasons, but they were definitely reasons. Okay, so now we go back to Ludvika. Ludvika. Again, no clue if I'm saying that right or wrong or left or right or middle or anything like that. So deal with my horrible American pronunciation of weird foreign words. I saw a bunch of snow up in the northwest corner of your state last night on YouTube. Looked pretty bad there. Well, you were talking last night, I think, about snow in Chicago. Which I realize that Chicago itself is a city. In my mind, Chicago is that whole metropolitan area, which extends into from Illinois to Indiana to Michigan to Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's the one directly above Illinois. I don't know. If I saw the state, I would know it. I know my states by shapes. Not always 100% sure on what state is next to what state when I'm not actively looking at a map. I'm a tard. I'll admit it. Okay, but this train is full of aluminum bottles for the drone network because we need to get nitrogen set up. Now, if you're wondering why it's braking here, is the pathing signal at the roundabout won't give it the green light until it passes through that block signal. The pathing signal literally doesn't see the train until it gets past that block signal, so it's just like, nope, it's just going to be red. Think of it like those stoplights that literally only turn green when they get a signal that somebody has crossed a certain threshold. If the civil engineer that set it up actually knows what they're doing, they can time it out to the point that if there's no traffic, you don't even notice that you tripped a signal or a sensor or whatever. You tripped a sensor that sends a signal. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, that sounds horrible, Johnny. Another reason I'm glad I don't live in the freaking Canadians. It's bad enough when we get freezing ice here, but the nice thing is, at least I'm from a northern, or I live in a northern state that knows how to handle snow and ice and all that stuff. So it's not like being in Texas where, you know, when they, or southern Texas where they get snow and they're like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Or, you know, I've actually seen snow in Florida. I'll tell you right now, Florida does not have any equipment to deal with snow and ice because it doesn't really happen. So it's kind of like, why buy the equipment if snow and ice is so massively rare that it's literally a once in a lifetime occurrence. Yeah, and where your aunt and uncle live is not northern Florida. Yeah. It's always the drawback when you start coming out of a cold snap is weather gets really screwy. It's like part of weather's like, oh, it's supposed to be cold, so I'm gonna send a bunch of snow, I'm gonna send a bunch of snow, and instead the thermometer's like, well, I feel like being an absolute ass, so it's gonna be warm, and that snow's not gonna be snow, it's gonna be freaking rain. Do 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 do. So nice to see all those sulfur nodes actually being used. I drove by that sulfur node so many times and they weren't being used. Now it's kind of weird to actually see them in use. Just look at all that sulfur go. Yeah, we had a train collision right here at this roundabout. That was really weird. So I moved this block signal back a little bit more so that maybe that can help mitigate some of them. And I'm not 100% dead set on where these drone stations are. I don't really mind where they are. I think I might turn them around, though. Yeah, we'll turn them around. You might be wondering why I have so many drone stations. This is actually the number I need. I kind of wish I was joking, but no, this is actually the number I need. Oh, I'm gonna have to clean up my power lines up here. All right. I know how I'm gonna do this. I don't think I've got a power wire coming off this train station. No, I don't. So we'll bring it. Oh crap! They come out that side. God damn it! Dag nabbit. We'll do the one over here, which might not stay. And I do need to turn off auto drive on this, or this thing will literally just sit here and keep honking at me and honk, 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 honk every like 20-30 seconds. It's going to get annoying really, really fast. I'll bring it down to about here-ish. No. Bring it down to about here-ish. That's in a straight line. Cool. I'm not anal, you're anal. We'll put it right about there. And that's not going to happen. Bring it over here. Bring it back here. We'll go right in the middle of these. Well, we'll put one behind basically each and every one of these, and we're going to go... let's go here. And we can do about the same thing here. We can go over here and do about the same. It's going to work pretty nicely. I am going to rotate that a little bit. Okay, so that's between those two. That goes there. And Shiza. I missed one. Johnny, you let me miss one. It's all your fault. And right there. I think that's where I decided I wanted them. That one does not look like it's in the right spot. Okay, we'll put you go, or it might not be that that one's in the wrong spot. It might be the other. Yeah, it's all the rest of them that are in the wrong spot. They're actually supposed to go here. So I screwed up these. This is why when you're really, really anal about stuff. No, not the foundation. Right here. I don't actually need that one because this one connects to this power pole. This power pole connects to that power pole. This station connects to that power pole. So on, so forth, on and on and on we go. And connect this one down to that. Say what with the who now? Exactly. Okay. We're going to put in... We need to set up fuel. Fuel is kind of important. I don't know why, but fuel is kind of important. Now, before I get too gung-ho on these, I should probably make sure that this is actually going to connect, which it does look like it's going to. I need to set up fuel for every single one of them except for one. Why except for one? Well, because one's not getting fuel here. It will, but it's going to start... When we start this system up, it's going to be getting fuel from elsewhere. We want that, and we just want this as a Mark 1. Set these all up to Mark 1s. Just gotta make sure we got the arrows facing the right way. Because even in my episodic playthrough, where I'm acting like I actually know what I'm doing, I screwed up my arrows. Okay, so now we gotta go underneath of this. Ooh, it's dark and scary's under there. Oh. We might have a slight problem here. Yeah, we got a slight problem. Yeah, we're going to turn them back around. Let me see if that's going to work. I don't even know if that's going to work. Yeah, that no worky. Casper is correct. That no worky. So let me grab one of these floor holes. Let me try to put it on the other side. We'll just go about there. And we'll go see if that's going to work. Really sucks because... I mean, I had plans. You're screwing with my plans there, Big Rock? Yeah, that's going to work. That's going to work. Okay, we'll turn them back around. We'll turn them back around. Which means I also have to move the power wires because, you know, now they're in the wrong spot. Yay. Everything I just did has to be undone. Sad face. Sad panda face. Plans? What plans? We're setting up bottle service today. I want to get drunk. Alright, and I did leave one of them. So what I think I'm going to do is actually move it out a little bit. It's going to make it not look nearly as nice, but... So that's 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is there enough room here to put a packager? Kind of hoping I can get this set up correctly. It's gonna be, tight, but maybe one more tick. Where's that floor hole? Hello, Amaya. Are you getting tired of getting asked how you're feeling? Yeah, I can see that. Casper said she wishes that she could copy and paste chat. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't want 6 down here. I want 6 down here. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Let me see just how freaking close I can get these. And let me make sure this is on the right track. Because that is not on the right track. It needs to be way over here. Probably not quite that close. I'd say that's probably about as close as I can go. And that's probably not going to line up for shit, but it at least kind of gives me an idea. Oh. I don't appreciate anything. You're all a bunch of jackasses. Okay, so if I bring that out more about here, that should clear. I'm gonna do a lot of making sure's. All right, that'll clear. That'll clear. That look absolutely amazeballs. It's like balls, but they're amazing. Okay, so now I just need to make sure I stay on that line. Just right there. And right there. That is that line. Line it up right there. And right there. And like I said, this one doesn't get it in the same spot. This one gets it here. And this one's actually an output. All the rest are inputs. Okay. Well, on the positive side, I don't have to do this jank stuff anymore. But we're going to go... Let's just go right between these. Yeah, it's 1:30, so tell me, Do you see the panda? Did the panda pop up? Hold on. Huh? No, the panda did not pop up. All right, it should pop up next time. The panda is supposed to pop up every half hour or every hour on the half. I think that makes a little bit of sense. Okay. I think it's supposed to go on basically right there. That powers this one. This one powers that one. Fly down to the next one. All right. Nope, I need one more. One more. Why do people call me? Oh. Yeah. I'll deal with that later. And we'll just jump that over there, and boom! Now we should have power in all these. So now we need... Freaking input lag is driving me nuts. We'll just do... Oh my god, my kitten is right up in my face again. Because now we need to go down and set up a bit of logistics. Because, I mean, a factory building game wouldn't really be much of a factory building game if you didn't have to deal with logistics. Okay, that's why it's looking weird to me. So we'll set all of these to face this direction. And we're probably going to be getting rid of them here in a little bit. We need a splitter. We need the incoming to face me. Okay. So, like I said, we'll have to replace all of those. If you ever thought any of this is kind of tricky, building directly above your head is a lot worse. Get that one in place. And I'm only doing all the nudging just because I want to make absolutely certain I have these exactly in the right spot. And so now we get rid of all of these because we got to replace them back down because for some reason, you know, crap just doesn't like to work the way I want it to work. This also ensures that everything's lined up. And now we bring that over, that over, that over, Red Rover, come on over and bring me some bacon. Okay. So this one is fuel delivery. Temp fuel in. So I'm pretty sure the other one I put as temp fuel out. Temp fuel out goes temp fuel in. Boom. Wada wada wing ding. Wada wada ding dang. Oh, something changed, so she had to investigate the new thing and make sure that new thing was okay and all that. That's normal. Okay. And here comes the drone. Now I got to do this. This is gonna take a minute. And what I'm doing is I've literally made a bunch of empty canisters, which are going into the drone ports because I'm going to bring my nitrogen over via drones. So this one should be full. This one should still need a little bit of top off. And this one should get topped off. And this one should get some, not all of them. And I have to go get more because I've got too much crap in my inventory. You know, that never happens. And I probably do have too many bottles, which I'm okay with. That's not even an issue for me right now. I'd rather have made way too many bottles than not nearly enough. Well, I know I carry too much crap in my inventory. A lot of it comes down to tearing stuff down. Okay. Hey, it's a drone. We got the first drone delivery. Yay, drone. Do 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 do. Now, obviously, this is going to take a little while to get everything set up. But as you see, we got the first drone delivery. We are unloading packaged fuel. I don't want to be doing packaged fuel, but we're a little ways off making packaged turbo fuel. And look at that. Okay, so now we need packagers. We need orange to face the green line. We need to give this a little bit of room, but not a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. God freaking darn it. I said go away. We need 5 of these. Where is my junction? About the halfway point. It looks like there's probably enough. Okay, that's dead on the foundation, which it kind of seems like they're all dead on the foundation. Okay, I see what I'm supposed to do. Let me see what my line is on this. Oh, did I? Alright, I see it. I see my point. One of the nice things about the concrete foundations is there's a design on them. And I can use said design to make sure everything looks the same. Because again, I'm not anal, you're anal. Okay, so that's step 1. Or probably like 5 steps in by now, I don't know. That's that step done. That's right in the middle of these. Hey, who needs blueprints when you can just do these things exactly the same over and over? Because your anal is holy crap. And you pay attention to subtle little markings. Let's see, that one's full. So now it's going to start filling up the rest of them. And obviously, it's going to take a little while to actually get enough fuel up here to fill up all of these. But we can go start on the next portion of this project. And I'm just going to leave my train here for right now. Now we're going to do a whole bunch of slide jumpies. Yay, slide jumpies. Hop, skip, and a jump. Hop, skip, and a jump. And we're going to go this way. Get on my power grid again. Yay. Yay. Like totally. I'm going to need power. And that's going to be kind of an issue. We need nitrogen. Which is right up that way? Yeah, right over there. Cool. Cool beans, yo. Not just beans, they're the cool beans. And we go. And we go. And I smack that again. And we skip right past that little booger. And I believe I've got a power tower line up here, so we're going to find out, because if I don't, I'm kind of screwed. I know there's a really, really angry hog up here. I see a power tower. Let's try. Ah, there we go. Yep, big angry pig. Big angry pig. Big angry radiated pig. Going up and behind this. I'm gonna hide. It's already throwing shit at me. Don't you throw things at me. And I remember right, there's multiple pigs up here, so. Ow. Incoming. Yeah, there's a lot of pigs. It's a whole piggy party going on. I saw that, but I guess I was a little late to avoid it. Okay, and we got a normal pig, and we got a bad kitty, and we got a whole bunch of freaking remains. Let's clean this up. This looks messy. All right, looks a clean your room, little Jimmy. Okay, the nitrogen node is right there. We have power right here. Yay! So this whole little area here is about to become a giant drone port. Because I want drones. So, probably going to have to set up some foundations. Not a problem at all. Come over here, snap to world grid, switch to soup, and start souping in some foundations. I should only need like 4 or 5 foundations here. No, I need drone ports and packagers. So that probably do it. I don't know if that's going to be wide enough or not. We're going to find out. I need 5 drone ports. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, not wide enough. Need more. I keep forgetting how freaking huge these things are. Probably 1 more. Yeah, I didn't need that many foundations, but it's better to have too many foundations and not need them than need more foundations than what I put down. Right? Right. That's exactly right. Okay, and I think 1 more over there, but we'll worry about that in a minute. It'd probably be better if I hooked up this one to it. Yeah, I guess they both look like crap. Oh well. I got power. That's what matters. You okay? Okay. Okay, so there we go. We got 5 drone ports. So now we get to set up a very, 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 very similar thing to what we set up last time. Except for this time, they go the other way around. And I want it out a little bit farther than that. I need to be able to sneak that conveyor around. So we'll go right there. And these ones will not get fuel because there won't actually be a drone living here. Those definitely are not in a straight line, are they? As they're a little too far apart to snappy snap, so that's a good snap. That's a good snap. So go in, and I may very well have to increase the speed on these belts. Like I more than likely will. Go to there and snap in from there. Actually, you know, I like that a little bit better. We'll go through and do these real quick, and then we'll do the other side. And I think I pointed it out before, but when you're doing the straight belt, it does matter which side you start from. So we'll just be hooking up with that one. Okay, little dokily. So we get to put a big fracker down. Everybody loads a big fracker. This bad kitty here might not like the big fracker, but that bad kitty might not either. And that irradiated pig might not. God damn, there's a whole friggin' party going on over here. Ow! My spleen. Johnny's getting his gamble on. Okay, where's the other little bastard? Where'd you go, little bastardo? Ah! There he is. No, you can't go under that. That's mine. Okay. Doing my best. That's great. Pew 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 pew. Oh yeah, I did notice that I forgot to unload my coupons yesterday at the end of stream. But in my defense, I was dealing with that frame rate issue, so. That was freaking weird. And I know I told Johnny after stream, but I did actually check what my frame rate normally is. My normal frame rate is 220 to 250. So yeah, 45 feels a bit sluggish in comparison. Okay. So now I get to connect all these into pipes and run them over there. You know what? This tree's in the way of progress. This tree is as well. Not the freaking bush, the tree. The bush is fine. The bush is not in the way of my progress. I don't think you've ever seen my FPS in Arc. I mean, I'll tell you right now, my FPS is no friggin' 250 in Arc, which is kind of sad. This game is literally made in the exact same engine. How is it possible this game runs so much better than Arc? I mean, I know full well why. Okay, so there's one. So what happens when you have devs that actually give a crap about their product? Yeah. This dev team decided they didn't want to be referred to as Reddit moderators. There's 3. We can go right about there. And the nice thing is nitrogen is a gas. So in this game, gases behave kind of weird. Weird in an extremely good way. So we're going to run this one. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have some clipping, and I'm going to try to avoid as much of that as I can because, I don't know, clipping annoys me. That looks acceptable. These are not going to be pretty. I'll tell you that one right freaking now. You know what? Let's do this one right here a little differently. Why don't we connect you two to that one? Get rid of this. Connect this. We'll put another one of these here. We'll connect this pipe. That looks good. Like that. We'll just go auto. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, this is gonna look like crap. I'll tell you that one right now. I won't give you any illusions about that. This is not gonna be pretty. In the worst case, off stream, I'll go back through and clean up. But right now, I'll deal with the it ain't pretty. Okay. Bring that over and connect it there. Yeah, like I said, anybody need any pasta? I think we officially have spaghetti. But there are 5 pipes coming in. And that is powered. These guys do not require power. Trying really hard. Fracking, kind of. Extracting. Trying really hard. Trying really hard. Extracting. But short of some power wires kind of in the way that normal drones would get caught up in, but we're going to ignore those. Those don't actually exist. They're not actually here. Those are a figment of your imagination. I don't want to hear anything about it. Squeal for me, Piggy. Cheap viewers. Best viewers. Awesome viewers. Okay. What are we wowing about? Got it. Yeah, at least that part's working. Whee! I know Casper loves when I just like jump off cliffs and stuff. Even better when I like jump off cliffs while looking down, and it's a really, really high cliff. Then stop staring at the freaking screen. Casper telling me that watching this is not helping her stomach. Stop watching. You don't have to watch the screen. How is the fuel going? Do you know what I probably should have done while I was over there? I probably should have named those ports. Transport. Drone. 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 And drone. Yay, drone. So we're going to call this nitrogen N1. We'll call this one nitrogen N2. Wow. And we're going to call this one. Who wants to guess? Who wants to guess? That's right. Nitrogen N number 3. And this one, to the shock of absolutely no one, will be nitrogen N number 4. And last but not least, we're going to call this one Taco Bell Dump. No, we're not. It's going to be called nitrogen N number 5. I can't be original. How dare you? I was like, I want to leave it as Taco Bell Dump. I think that'd be more like the sulfur, though. Ah, shit, there's no power here. Ow, my ankles. Yeah, there's a baby that wants to eat the other ankle. No, it's my ankle. You can't have it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, piggy. I laugh at you as I fly up into the sky. As fast can be. You'll never hit me. Do 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 do. Rip angles, yep. Those angles met the Doom guy. They got ripped and torn. And I will go ahead and get this stuff because, you know, these guys like donated these to my cause. My cause is murder. Okay. Hi, Bean. Are you checking those out for me? This is going to be. Anybody want to guess? Yep, that's right. Nitrogen out. Number one. Who's number one? You're number one. Number two. Number three. Number one. Oh, that's friggin' hilarious. This port had been called Mexico City, and Johnny's sitting there saying, number one. It's just good timing. Okay, so this port, the reason why I wanted to name these the same is because I want nitrogen in and nitrogen out to match. So like nitrogen in gets from number 4 gets from nitrogen out number 4. So on and so forth. And so this goes nitrogen in number 1, and it comes from nitrogen out number 1. So now if we come over here to my power pole and watch for a minute, we're going to see a whole bunch of angry bumblebees coming over here. Because who doesn't like angry bumblebees? Oh yeah, I should probably set these. Not that it really matters because the angry bumblebees need to come and drop off the goods first. Also, I need to set these to go a little faster. Now, each one of these is capable of producing processing 600 nitrogen gas per minute. That pipe there is capable of bringing 600 nitrogen gas per minute over. Each one of these nodes produces 300 nitrogen gas. I hooked up 2 to each pipe, right? So each pipe is 6, 6, 6, 6, and 6, for a total of 3,000. And these things process the bottles at 150 per minute, so the belts need to be at least good enough for 150. So they're all Mark III belts, which is why the output has that little bit of pause in it. This side is set up. That not helping. With my breakdancing not helping. I'm trying to do that like Polish folk dance. Or Russian folk dance, I don't remember. Hut, 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 hut. Yeah, my knees hurt just thinking about that, honestly. Alright, let's get a running start. Polish, not pole dancing. Get your mind out of the gutter, Johnny. It's my gutter, you can't live here. I keep telling you this. You're gonna have to find your own freaking gutter. Maybe Amaya's got gutter space to share. Mine's occupied. Yeah, I caught the end of that train. It hooked me. Okay, so unfortunately right now I can't do anything with that nitrogen because obviously I don't have anything hooked up to do anything with that nitrogen. So I need to unpackage nitrogen gas, full power, copy, and I need to hook up power to these. How many power shards do I have? 37. Okay, the nice thing is, I've got power poles right next to these. Did you bring me any nitrogen? Yes, you did. Unfortunately, right now, all it's going to do is fill up this pipe. Which is full. And then it's going to fill up its output buffer. Also remember that, these need to be a little bit faster belts. Because we need all that speed. Alright. As you see, no more bottles are coming out of these things because it's just filling up the input buffer, which is okie day. And we got some on the outbound and some on the inbound. Yay! Yar! And the drawback is, normal package fuel sucks. Each trip these drones have to take takes 56 packets of fuel. There's 5 of them. That's 250 every single trip. That sucks. So, but I'm willing to say that we got nitrogen set up. Whether I'm going to get a full 3,000 per minute out of this system or not, that one remains to be seen. Yeah, that one takes 54 fuel. This one takes 56. So just that little bit of difference is 2 full fuel. Okay, but nitrogen is taken care of. Check. Why are you... Oh, did I disconnect that? I might have disconnected that. There we go. At least everything should be full now, so... And that'll be a good test. If they empty out, I can't even get 4,800 in here. If they don't empty out, I'm getting more than 4,800. So, I was sitting here thinking about this morning, and my coal nodes for this project are right here. All 4 right here. And I wanted to bring them in with trucks, because I figured I have 3 different types of transportation. I've got planes, I've got trains, I've got automobiles. Oh, we're using trains for the sulfur because we need a crap ton of it. We're using planes for the nitrogen because we don't really need that freaking much. And it's not even so much that we don't need that much, it's the fact that we literally only need 750 per minute when it comes to the canisters. Because each canister is good for 4 times the volume. So even though I need 3,000 per minute, I only need 750. And since I'm dividing that by 5, I need what, 150 per drone? Should be fine. Should be absolutely fine. Come on, keyboard. Do keyboard things. So I went through and I put in this second floor so I could do all my refinery and stuff down here. This will be the refinery floor. And this is tall enough that I can put a refinery down here and not clip through the ceiling. Hell, that might be tall enough that the smoke doesn't even go through. Now, this is tall enough for a power plant. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to put the refineries and some of the power plants down here. Because remember, I need 640 power plants. And that's 640 times 3. I need 2,000 power shards. Sounds like a lot until you realize just how many I have. So, looking at this floor, I started thinking about where that coal was, and I realized that there's literally a ramp in the freaking ground right here. Alright, switch this back to default. We're gonna go ahead and tile this in real quick, just so I don't, accidentally fall to my untimely demise. What What are we hunting about? I see you, bad kitty. Bad kitty. Oh, we got some piggies too. Bacon! Bacon, 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 bacon. I love me some bacon bits. I mean, honestly, with those being the smallest pigs, maybe I should just start calling them bacon bits. But, like I said, I want to try to move this stuff with trucks. We're going to set this up to a conveyor splitter. And we're going to let that fill up. And we're going to come over here. And we're going to set up another one. Because the only two things I need to run a truck route is I need a fuel source and I need their output. Well, the fuel source is easy because, you know, trucks run off coal. Well, these are coal. So it kind of sounds like it would make sense just to fuel the trucks from right here. Right? Just use these coal plants to move the coal into down there, over there. Seems like it makes sense to me, right? Now, the one and only big drawback with this is that's a pretty narrow opening. So there's going to be times that the trucks are going to be a little stupid. And we are talking trucks, not tractors. Because I need maximum throughput. And you know what I probably should have done before I came over here? We'll just put the leaves in there. This ain't going to last very long, but that's fine. And you are set to load. Why do you not load? Okay, now we're going to get the leaves out of there, and we're just going to throw the leaves away. Okay, and now we're getting coal. I might have to get rid of some of this crap that's in my way. And since all my stuff is already over here, why freaking keyboard being stupid. Something is aggroing on me. Go to sleep, bad kitty. Go to sleep. Alright, there we go. There we go. The drawback is... What the hell? Can I just cut this down? No. Because I don't have to blow it up. You get all kinds of crap out of those. Oh, whatever. So we're going to put a truck station here. And we're going to put another one way over there. And I'm going to come down here to architecture. We're going to do a little something here. And that little something is literally, we're going to put a center lane in here. Is it lined up right? Actually, surprising enough, yes. I really was not expecting it to be lined up properly. I'm a bit shocked by that. Now we're going to set these to unload. I also need to get power down here. Oh, this is going to really suck. This one? So we're just going to bring this over here. We're going to hook you up. We're going to bring you over here and hook you up. Now, I think it's those hatchers that are underneath me. And you are both set to unload, correct? Yes, you are. So we're going to start recording. I just need to remember to get rid of that pause there at the beginning. We're going to swing way out here. And we're going to turn around. And we're going to try to be somewhat sane in this regard. Anybody who knows me knows that's a challenge. Now there will probably be a lot of collisions here. But the nice thing is, that's 2,400 coal. I only need 2,000. I do need to get rid... Where the hell are you going? Right, whatever. He'll figure it out or it won't figure it out. These each need to be set to at least, like, let's say 13.5 seconds. I think they only need to be 10.5, but for my own sanity, we're going to go with a little bit more. We're going to set up some storage bins. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm actually going to go make sure that's on the... Okay, that is definitely on the green side. And we'll set that into there. We'll set that into there. We'll grab this guy. We'll set it down right there. I just realized I probably don't have any coal on me. Nope. But I can get some. Don't stop. Get it, get it. We'll grab 100 coal. Dirty, nasty, stinky coal. And we'll cram it on in there. And we'll start recording. I don't know what you just unloaded, but okay. And I'm going to try to hook this around into that center lane. And I'm going to try to drive down the same path I drove down with the other one. Roughly. That way we don't have head-on collisions, except for maybe right here. And if I get too many collisions, I decide this is not very good, I will set up another route. Now for this one, I'm going to try to come over to here. And this is probably going to be horrible, and I realize that. $13.5 seconds. Set wait time. Confirm. Go away. And I don't know why, but it's being weird. Come over here to this node. 13.5. Yes. Confirm. Close. Go to this one. 13.5. Just a little extra buffer room. Oh, I just realized something. I need to change something or I will never see the amount of coal I need. That belt right there has to be a Mark 6. And I think it's actually that belt, not that belt. Well, like I said, those are probably going to collide quite a few times. I'm okay with that. Worst case, like I said, I'll clear a bunch of this crap out and I'll make an actual road. But at least for now, we'll see how this works. Honestly, what I should have done, looking at this, is I should have put a truck station here and a truck station here, both facing the same direction, and use this as the outbound. Basically the same way I would do a train. I don't do a lot of the truck stuff, so sometimes it takes me a bit of time to figure out how to get something to work the way I want it to work. Oh, that is in area mode, so. Get rid of a bunch of this crap. Just clean this up, this whole area up a little bit. Can I get rid of you little bastards, or do I have to chainsaw or do boom booms to get rid of you? Might have to do boom booms to get rid of those. That's fine. Go away, you weird coral looking things. Alright, I think it's time for me to actually build a legit road. So, foundations, ramps. I think I can get away without using the 4 meter. I don't like using the 4 meter. Come on, snap. Crackle. Pop. Go. Well, peeps, I need to go shower and do some errands. Not sure how long I'll be gone, so maybe back sooner or later. Alright, have a good one. Go be productive. Or something that vaguely resembles being productive. I'm going to try to get this set up the rest of the way. Maybe by the time you get back, I'll have a whole thing going on. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Yeah, if you gotta leave the house, be safe. I believe that will empty. So I'm gonna go ahead and sink all this stuff. Because I'm gonna try to set this up a little nicer. Now I have a little bit better idea of how to do this. Like I said, I don't do a lot of truck stuff, so. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect this power line, and I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Even though for the most part, I'm okay with how this one's set up. Yeah. Go away, crabs. Get my fly swatter out. Okay, so once those are empty, obviously I'm not going to deconstruct this when it's got a crap ton of coal in it, because that's all just going to end up in my pocket, and I don't want to have all that coal dust in my pocket. Okay. That. I'm going to park this one a bit out of the way. And that one is actually empty now, so yay. We'll go ahead and grab this one. We'll turn it around so it's facing the same direction, and we'll give it a pretty wide berth. Okay. Again, just move that out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and set up the sink and everything the same way I've got it set up over there. And I'm going to use that as kind of a, I need to go around this thing. Oh, damn it, stop going into the upper one, you freaking jerk. Whatever. We'll get rid of all this. No, not going to get rid of all this because we're still waiting for this crap to empty. We will go ahead and move the power wire, or get a power wire over to about here. Bring it down here and down there so we can hook up to the sink. And I'm going to go ahead and go through and put down a bunch of the road barriers kind of as a where I need to be thing. And I'm trying to give this. So that is about half a foundation, one foundation. So about 3 full foundations. 1, 2. Yeah, that's about right. From crane to crane, that'll be about right for my other lane. One thing I could theoretically do is make it so I can unload the stations faster. Without sinking anymore. Because I could theoretically get 1,200 per minute into these. Again, we're talking theoreticals here. I need a minimum of 1,000 per minute, every single minute. That's going to take about 3 minutes empty out, so. Yes, I make weird random noises. No, I'm not gonna apologize for that. It's just part of me. Okay, we're down to 2,600, so 2.5 minutes, less than 2.5 minutes. And honestly, one thing I could do is just this. That way we can get to work. Get to work. Okay, coming down the straight. I definitely don't want to drive off the side of the. I'm pretty sure the trucks will go right up over these, but this at least kind of gives me an idea of what I need to do. Hey, goddamn freaking fruit flies. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna get rid of these fruit fly hatching jerks. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Now the truck is about 1 full foundation wide, and I can't drive. So we're gonna give it 2 foundations. I'm gonna make this whole road 4 foundations wide. I think that's a safe distance width. So we'll come down here. We'll do 2 more foundations. Then I'm going to give myself 3 foundations here at this turn. Because again, I can't drive. So, come down here. Come down here. Realize that this is not supposed to be here. Because remember, Station 1 is supposed to be able to turn out this way and go this way. Station 2 is supposed to be able to do the same. Okay. It'd be a lot easier if I still had power out this way, so let's go take care of that. That doesn't even have power on it. Alright, that's not that big of a problem. I just need to find where that power pole actually is. And hook it up to something. Like taking this power pole and running it this way. And connecting it into that grid. There we go. Beep. Honk. Okay, now we got power down here. So cool. Awesome. Fantastic. And I'm going to make this a little bit wider. Not because I need it, but because I want it. And we'll fill that crap in later. Again, like I've already said, I can't drive. And it's not just I can't drive 55. I can't drive, period. So we're going to go up about 2.5 foundations here. Obviously, these look like crap because they're not snapping to the angle, but oh well. As long as I have kind of a rough idea of what I'm doing. So obviously, I never know what I'm doing, but we're going to wing it. Right. Righty, right. Remember, you can't be right if you're left. You can't be left if you're right. I'm going to back up quite a ways. And these things back up slower than crap, so. I'm going to try to get on a straight path here. And yeah, I'm probably giving these a lot more space than they need. And that's actually, I need to come back and set that to an unload. I would rather have more space than what I need. Than not. You doing that reminded me of a scene in a movie I used to watch. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. There is something here that needs to not be here. So we're going to stop this recording. We'll try to get this stupid truck off this stupid thing, which isn't going to happen. So it's time to do a little boom boom, which did not work. And you spin me slow round, round, slow round, round. And that was the last of my boom booms. I can't believe I got this goddamn stuck on this thing. Man, I'm really, really stuck on this thing. Oh, well, there's a solution for that. Let's try this shit again. Transport, truck. Start recording. We'll just start recording from here. I don't care. That's probably long enough. I don't know that truck station has power, so. Honk. Okay, I didn't know the truck had a horn. I'm a little impressed by that now. Out of my way, Bean! What do you mean there's no beans around? What am I supposed to flick if there's no beans around? Alright. Well, we'll go ahead and start recording. Or crap. Ugh. If you hit the start recording button, you overwrite your previous recording. I have to do that again. Yeah, I'm assuming that doesn't have power, which is fine. I don't know what I was doing that reminded you of a movie, and I don't know what movie we're referring to. Was it Small Soldiers? Or was it an adult movie? A little bounce, chicka wow wow, chicka chicka wow wow, chicka chicka wow wow, chicka 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 wow 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 wow. That's a Maya, you never know. Okay. Do not hit start recording again. Ah, crap, no. Start recording. Pull into the station. Stop. Unload. Okay, I must not have anything to unload. Go down to the end. Hang a left. Come around. Hang another left. Stay in my lane. Stay in my lane. Stay in my lane. Stay in my lane. Go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. 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 Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. 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 Come up here. There's still a chance of having collisions. A very large chance. But I'm okay with that. I'm trying to mitigate said chance, not eliminate said chance. She's just saying it's a good one. I'm pretty sure it was an adult movie. Okay. Enable autopilot. Come to this. Set this to 13.5. Then we'll go over to the other one, do the same thing. 13.5, set wait time, confirm, exit. Then we'll go up to the other ones. Whee! And we'll set this to 13.5 because that's just what I do with truck stops. Doesn't need to be 13.5, but it's going to be 13.5. Sure, there ain't going to be no 4.5. Yay, there we go. And there we go. You know what the scary thing about this is? We got sulfur. We got coal. We got nitrogen. I have finished the northern train. I've not finished the crater train. And what I mean by that is I want this train line to actually come around this way, come up here, follow around the edge of this, and connect back in. That is my goal. And those are pretty damn full. So I'd say I'm probably getting 4,000 per minute. Why is it? Okay. It looked like it was loading them up, not unloading them. I'm relatively willing to bet I'm getting 4,000 per minute. So is it time to start working on the power plant? Remember, all this has been prep for the power plant. I do have a crap ton of packaged nitrogen gas here. I think it's time to start working on the power plant. Go to sleep, bad kitty. You have been an awful kitty. One minute I have an itchy cat. Nope, I'm not. No, Amaya. Bad Amaya. Bad. Bad Amaya. Okay, so I need 2,062.5 crude oil. Come up here to production, and we start putting down oil extractors. So there's 600. There's 900. I'm not touching that statement, Amaya. There's another 600. There's another 600. So grand total, that is 6, 12, 18, 2,100. More than what I need. Which, I mean, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to bring more than I need because, I mean, that's kind of been the whole theme of this build. Come on, give me the support. Thank you. All right, we're going to do this a little bit differently. But that's okay. Doing things a bit differently. It's right up my alley. Ah. I probably should have muted my mic for that. I apologize. Okay. All right, those are two pure lines. We got two more lines over here. I think I'm just going to go ahead and pull them over here onto this foundation if I can. Okay. Ah, what the? Bad kitty, bad. What the hell? Why do I not have power? Okay. So I think my goal is to actually have 4 pipes right here. Okay, so we got 4 pipes. And all that is supposed to supposed to go into 68.75 refineries. What do you think the chances of me running 68.5 refineries are? Yep, that's exactly right. It ain't gonna happen. I want to make absolutely certain I do this math correctly. 68.75 divided by 2.5 is still 28 refineries. One, two. Ow. We're going to be making the heavy oil residue recipe. Come on, give me power. I need to pull a power wire over here. I'm not doing this shite. Not to mention, I'm going to need a power wire over here anyways. I'm going to come up here and power. We're going to grab a couple of these because this is going to take a lot. I need 6 of these for every one of these pipes. Oh, for 3 of these pipes. I do need to figure out which one of these is the crappy pipe. I have a good pipe and I have a crappy pipe, and I don't want to mix up my crappy pipe and my good pipe. And I'm pretty sure that's the good pipe and that's the crappy pipe. $75, $150, $75, $150. That's $300. $450, $600. Because 600 divided by 75 is 8. And that should be 8. But the drawback is, yeah, that can't happen. I can only do 6 of these. And you're probably asking yourself, well, Idrit, why can you only do 6 of them? Because each one of these will put out 100 heavy oil residue. Remember, my pipe is limited. So that should be 6. Yes. I just want to make absolutely certain that this is my pure node. Yes, this is a normal node. So what I'm going to be doing, actually, I have a blueprint for this. It's going to make this a lot easier. Liquid in, solid liquid out. This is the blueprint I want. That looks a lot like solid liquid in. Or no, orange is the input. We're going to put this down twice. And we will get rid of 2 of these. This should already be set to the right recipe. Yay! Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we just have to remember that magic number 6. Again, we'll just go through and get rid of all this crap. And that's the second oil pipe. And again, remember magic number 6. And I'm just using 6 as a spacer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That way I just make sure that these are the same distance apart from one another. Okay, that's 3 pipes. And I apologize for not talking a lot during this. Just I'm trying to do a lot of math in my head and figure this all out and blah 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 blah. Okay, so I needed. I don't even know how many. I don't remember how many of these I actually needed. 68.75. Not gonna happen. Divided by 2.5 equals 27.5. I have 18 down. That doesn't seem right. Oh, no. You know, this might not be anywhere near big enough. Because remember, this is 6 times 75. This is only 450 of each of these banks. So we got 450, 900, 1350. No power. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anytime I think I'm getting close to being done with any aspect of this, it just jumps up and says, nope. Close but no cigar. Come around here, hook up the belt, hook up the pipe. Okay, so that's 1,800. That's 3 pure pipes right there. Yay! The drawback is I've got 3 pure pipes plus. That is 6. Where did my power go? Give me my power back. I want to fly. Thank you. That is 6, 12, 18, 24. I need 27.5. So I need 4 more of these. And remember, this is all before we even get into blenders. I want to fly. I gotta hook up my power grid better. There we go. I think it's about time to go. Yeah, let's go upstairs and get this power grid situated a little bit better so I can actually stay airborne. Because right now, the only thing I'm trying to do is get this crude processed into the next step. I can't do a damn thing until that's done. I'll grab this power wire right here. We're actually going to hook this guy up to this grid, just to make sure this grid always has power. Run it over there, basically until it says, the wire's too long. And this is all just so I have light down below. Alright, so now I should be good to fly down below. We'll find out. We'll find out together. Obviously, I've got a lot of space over here I could easily move or expand stuff over to. Oh, that gives me an alarm, which tells me I need to come over here. And yay, the panda popped up. Yay, panda. Okay, so grab this, place it in the right spot. Boop. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beep. And the nice thing is I don't have to hook anything up with this because it's beat up. I'm only doing 4 of them. Yay! Each one of these banks puts out 300 polymer resin. I think I'm supposed to have 1375. So I think for right this second, we're just going to put a sink. Kind of, sort of, right here. We're also going to try to figure out which way that crap's coming out. Which, of course, is coming out the other direction. Because, of course, it is. So my idea of a sink right there isn't going to work. Because it's all coming out this way. So now I'm trying to think of how I'm going to get this crude hooked up in a nice manner. This crude has to come one way, and the heavy oil residue has to go another way. And each crude pipe doesn't hook up to one of these banks evenly. Because of course not. That would be too nice and too easy, and then think I would be more sane. And we can't have me being more sane. Because nobody wants to see me be sane. They want to see me be crazy. They want to see me gnaw my own legs off. Why do you move at the last possible second? I didn't even move my mouse, and it just shifted. That could literally just be my mouse. Okay, we're gonna set these up a little bit differently. So I'll grab you and there. Doesn't that look nice? Doesn't that look pretty? It's so pretty. I feel like they shouldn't actually be here. They should be a lot more over this way. So, ugh. But bear in mind, that is not enough oil. I kind of like the way that looks. That's not straight. That crap ain't ever going to happen around here. If you are not familiar with my content, I'm a bit anal. And I'm being nice to myself by saying a bit anal. Okay, this is 600. This is taking 450. 75 times 6. So there should be 150 that could. Go ahead. I don't care. I'm not touching this entire freaking conversation of mine. I don't need to know about you washing your kitty. Now, if valves worked a little bit better, I'd just put a valve on here and say 150 this way. But valves don't work for shite in this game. That's one thing I'm kind of hoping they fix in 1.2. Now, the one drawback I'm seeing, and it's a huge drawback that I'm not happy about, and I'm sure some of you guys are probably seeing it as well. I got a belt that comes out this way. Make them wiggle around all at once, but this pipe's in the way. Hello, Sparky. That's not the only one that's not working. Let's go horizontal to vertical. I think we're just going to move these, bring these up onto a foundation, try to get them on the same plane as all the rest of them, and you can see it, you can hear my excitement. Just absolutely thrilled about the idea of doing this. I have one question. I just bought Satisfactory yesterday. I was wondering if I could join you and just build with you. Unfortunately, this is not a multiplayer game, this is not a multiplayer save. I do have a guided playthrough series that I'm working on. I'm 2 episodes in, and I'll be recording the 3rd episode tomorrow, where I go into very much detail on a lot of the early stuff in kind of a so easy an idiot could understand it manner. It's funny because I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. But if you have any like direct questions or anything like that, I am more than more than happy to explain things as best I can and show you examples. But unfortunately, this save is not set up for multiplayer. And hello, Hammerberg. Otherwise, I would definitely say yes. Because it's not like anybody can screw things up any more than I can screw them up. All right, put that there. We're going to do the same thing again. Just going to line it up and shoop it that way. Shoop, 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 shoop. More like nudge, but whatever. We're going to call it shooping. Because why not? If anybody has a reason I can't call it shooping, tell me. It's like one of those wedding things, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace. Come on. And hook that one into that. Hook this one into that. Hook that one into that. Hook that one into that one. Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Why? I don't know. It's a crowd's freaking a bunch of weirdos. Yeah, we'll just noodle that one. We'll just noodle it. We'll canoodle it. Okay. So now we take this, we line it up, and how much distance is here? That is just tick shy of being in the center of the platform. So you might not see it, but it's coming. We'll noodle that one in, and we'll build into that one. So that's 450 with 150 coming out. This is Shiza. It seems pointless, the uranium. No. The uranium is not pointless. It's just a massive pain in the butt. I can make a ridiculous... It kind of depends on how ridiculous you want to play. You can make a large amount of power with crude, but you will never touch the amount of power that you can make with uranium. And uranium will never touch the amount of power that you can make with plutonium. It keeps killing you. Yeah, until you have the hazmat suit and a crap ton of filters, avoid it. Avoid it like the plague. Avoid it like the radioactive contaminant that it is. Oh, I went way more than I needed to. That should be out a couple more notches. Yeah, that looks right. Now, one of the first times I encountered uranium in this game, I'm used to other games where it's like, oh, you can pick up the uranium, it's not going to be bad. No, in this game, if you put uranium in your pocket, you better have a lot of hazmat suit filters. The spiders hack, they're radioactive. They're already I mean, look at them. They're definitely got a couple extra limbs from being that close to uranium. Okay, so 450, 900. So that's a pipe and a half right there. Right, right. So this is only taking half a pipe plus the remainder of that pipe. So that means there's 300 in this pipe. Theoretically, if you know the fluid dynamics of Satisfactory, you know, good luck. This is going to want 450, so it's going to want this full pipe plus another 150, which means 450 is going to come down this pipe. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, crap. Crap. This is only 300 in this pipe, so... Hey, that's actually perfect. So 450 plus 450 equals 900, right? We just did that math. This pipe here is 600. This one, right here. This one. This one's 600. This takes 450 out of that, leaving 150 in this pipe. 150 plus 300 equals 450 into this bank. Yay! Awesome. What is your power source for this factory? I have a smaller factory I have two smaller factories spread out across the map. I have a 10,000 megawatt factory here, and I have a 40,000 megawatt factory up here. This factory will be a 400,000. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Looks like crap, but whatever. So that's 600 into this one, so 450, 150 down that way. These two pipes are both 600. Now, if you would like, as soon as I get done running this set of pipes, I can take you and show you the other power plants. Okay. So 450, 150 in that, 600. Shiza. All right, let's not hook this up here. Let's bring this down another connector. Okay, so 450 is consumed with that one, leaving 150 in this pipe. This pipe comes up here and wants to go to these, which only wants 300. 75, 75, 75, 75, 300. The remaining 300 wants to go down this pipe. 150 plus 300 equals 450. Powers all that. Yay! I love turning on all the advanced settings so I can just build whatever I want. Yeah, I don't have any advanced settings turned on at all. There's not a single intra-created mode being used at the moment. But I also have 200 hours in the save. It has taken me a fair amount of time to get things set up the way how I want them to be set up. Just so this is one of the major things I wanted to accomplish in this playthrough is a huge rocket fuel power plant. Because I did something similar to this in a single player save where I literally only used one pure node and I didn't even overclock it. I've got like 400 and 500 hours in this game. 518 at the moment. But this is extremely relaxing to me. Okay, So all these pipes should be filling up with that black gold. And none of them are going to be filling up with any of the black gold because maybe these ones. Yeah, that's full. That's full. That ain't got shit in it, but that makes sense because, you know, those ones are down there. I need to put pumps in to actually get that sweet black gold up to where it needs to be. So let's grab you, bring you over here, click, switch over to a pipe. I only need a Mark 1. This isn't very high. Make sure they're pointing in the correct direction and hook them up to power. And look at them chug. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. Now, the vast majority of this playthrough has been streamed. The only thing I've done off stream is mindless stuff. Should I try to apply help script? Should I apply to help script Satisfactory? You could. I don't know if Coffee Stain's looking for anyone at the moment. Yeah. And it kind of, I mean, I'm guessing you're just referring to coding, and this game is extremely heavily physics-based. So you've got a good background in understanding basic physics, or I wouldn't really say basic physics, but physics in a nutshell, especially mechanical physics. I want to say engineering in a lot of ways, mechanical engineering, fluid engineering, stuff like that. That this definitely touches on in this game. Okay, so that should be all of my refineries. Now it's the fun, everybody's favorite part. Power wires. Everybody loves a power wire. Everybody loves a power wire. Power wire. Power wire. Power. It's like Power Wheels, but with more illicit substances to try to keep you somewhat sane. Now, just remember, this is only step 1 of what this crude oil has to go through. The reason I wanted to get the game is because my dorm mates play it and keep asking me to write them hacks for the game. Hint, hint. They did not get the hacks. Yeah, I don't. This game's not hard to play, and with the fact that there is the creative mode and advanced settings and all that stuff, I don't really see why anybody would need hacks. There's nothing hard about this game. It just takes time. And avoiding things that want to kill you. But you can literally turn all the creatures to passive, so you don't really have to worry about that. It's a time sink game. It's really good for people who have the right type of brain to just sit and design stuff and do logistics and management. And I definitely say this game appeals to a very particular subset of people. And especially when it decides not to annoy the crap out of me. Do 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 do. Really good if you're anal retentive. Which I am. I am definitely anal retentive. This game is not very well developed. Ain't I cheat because they use the easiest coding language to hack, in my opinion. But you never know. Some games know how to make a good anti-cheat. This is one of those games that they don't care if you cheat in because they already give you all the tools to cheat. So it's kind of a, why would we bother to stop you from cheating when we literally just gave you all the tools needed to cheat? The game itself is incredibly well developed. Yeah. I almost had a stroke trying to read it, but I kind of figured it out. Okay, so now I can send all that yummy crap out this way. We're going to put it all on a Mark 6 belt. We're going to add some more mergers into the line. And we're going to sink it all. And I'm only using Mark 6 belts because I have them. I don't see any reason not to use them. If you have the best belt in the game, might as well use the best belt in the game. Right there. Set that one there. Grab there. And pull it there. Grab this one. And I'll just say, out of all the games I've played in my years, there's not really a lot of things I would change about how they did this game. And that, in and of itself, speaks volumes about the quality of the game. Right now, we're just going to sink the blue math because I don't need it. And if I don't need it, then it can just go down the drain for now. We'll deal with it later. And I got two connectors there, so we'll just hook them up. There we go. Should do a live stream on a fresh save with you. I mean, maybe down the road. I got some more stuff. I got a lot of stuff I want to get done on this stream or this playthrough before I try to start another save, because I'm already running 3 saves as is, and that gets to be a bit confusing at times. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get some more kippins. And at least, this will back up. I know full well this is going to back up. This is meant to back up. I want to get as much of this stuff in the pipes as I can, because this build doesn't require that blue stuff, so it can just go away. It requires the purple stuff. So now we got the 68.75 refineries that I didn't actually make. We need 55 blenders. Again, I ain't making no damn 55 blenders. I'll make half that. So we'll make 28. All right, 28 blenders is still a lot of. I got my refineries done. The first step, the very, 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 very first step in this process is done. I'm mentally trying to think of like where to put these blenders. Because, I mean, 28 blenders is a lot of blenders. Especially when you think of how many pipes this is going to be. So each one of these is going to be a full pipe and then a partial pipe at the last one. Well, right about there should work. See what that looks like. Yeah, that looks great. That looks great. And where is that lining up? Right on the other side of this. Get those down off the height. And that is lining up right here. There we go. All right, ding dong there. Put that in. And we'll do the same thing to the next one. You thought it was bad when I ran 6 pipes into a fuel plant? Yeah, we're not going to talk about how many pipes this is going to be. I'll give you a hint, and that hint is more. That's your hint. Ain't much of a hint, but sorry. I haven't actually done the math yet. Just know deep down in your heart, the answer is more. Ow, ow. Top of my head hurts. Wonder if I'm getting that gamer dent. Being looked at funny. Do you not know what the gamer dent is? Don't you touch me! Get you bitch! Get your damn hands off me, woman! I'm being touched. I might be going crazy. Going crazy? I'm sure I'm not going crazy. There you go, going crazy. That one almost sounds like it makes sense. Casper said I was going crazy. Okay. So, I need 28 blenders. Is 28 a multiple? Shite. 28 is not a multiple of 3. 27 is. And 30 is. What do you mean so many updates? What, ARC? I'd say they're trying to fix things, but they definitely aren't trying to fix things. Okay. So the drawback is, do I even have the resources for this? Not really. But it looks like everything is in dimensional storage. Yeah. So everything will auto fill up as I go through trying to build this monstrosity. So each pipe will fill 2 banks of blenders. No. No shit. Remember, this stage only takes 2 liquid inputs. We'll go right there. We'll set this up to the right recipe. This is just diluted fuel. Remember, these can't be fully overclocked. I mean, they can be, but I'm not going to. So I need 6 of these. Will 6 fit here? This would be kind of nice. That's 4, 5, and 6. I still have power shards, so. Do 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 do. I do 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 do. I do 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 do. All right, and we run all the way that way, and we run the rest of the way that way. Now, what I'm doing here is not actually for what I'm currently doing. I don't know if that even makes any sense. If it doesn't make sense, don't worry. It's not exactly making sense to me either. Now, there is actually a justifiable reason why why I just went through and did that, and that is solely because I need water and heavy oil residue into these. Probably should have pushed those back a little bit more. Because the nice thing is, should be able to do that into the first bank. And I'm sitting directly on top of a whole bunch of water, so. So instead of having to run long ass pipes like I did last time, I don't like that. Can we get straight to work? Straight tends to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. Yeah, we'll do horizontal to vertical. That looks nice. That looks nice. Alright. Come down here, we connect all these up. It's always easier to connect the bottom ones first. And then we connect the top ones. But not all of the top ones. Remember, like I said, each one of these requires 200 water. You can only get 600 of any liquid into a pipe or any fluid. Let me specify that. Any fluid. So we're going to actually get rid of this pipe. We're going to try to see how well this looks. It's not long enough. It's not long enough. She said it's not long enough. Okay. So there's the first set of blenders. Done. Awesome. Fantastic. Get him, Casper. Why is she getting me? The drawback is, as I've said before, that's 2 pipes of fuel out. And just bear in mind, this ain't going upstairs. Yet. So we're going to come down here. I'm going to put these ones really close to the blenders. I'm also going to put another step a little bit farther out. This one is because, like I said, you also weren't feeling anywhere near where I said it hurt. So I guess I don't need these. We'll go right there. And we'll pull out the input, put it in there. Yay, the first pipe out of the crude oil refinery is at least in place. I'll have to go down below this to hook up the water extractors. Now we got to do that whole thing again for the second pipe. And we got to do it again for the third pipe. And we got to do it again for the fourth pipe. And we got to do it again for the fifth pipe. I'm really glad I got more room that I can expand this because this is getting bigger. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to put the 2-meter foundation down. So we switch that to a 2-meter half foundation. And right there should work. We'll find out. Which one am I doing water on? This one here. I don't think that's gonna work. I think that's too close. Yeah, that is too close for basically any of them. Fine, I'll move out another notch. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, fine. We'll go to auto. That looks freaking awesome. And now we will zoopy! And sometimes you just gotta go high-pitched and scream about zooping. I don't make the rules. Ah, crap. Nope. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That needs to be out farther, substantially farther. That might work. All right, so that is in the same spot. Move it all the way back here. And we'll go out to, that should work. Let me do some testing. This one. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we need to put one more block here. Just put that, and remember, we're going for the right-hand one. And we go for the right-hand one, and God freaking darn you. God darn you. To whichever person randomly subscribed, I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for hitting that subscribe button. Okay, now we can go in and get rid of these. I screwed that up, didn't I? But lucky enough, I can just snap these onto the end, so it doesn't really matter. Yay, problem solved. Put that there. 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 And put that there. Hook up the lower pipes. Because again, like I said last time, hooking up the lower pipes just makes it a little bit easier. It's even better when you hook up the lower pipes to the lower pipes and not hooking up the lower pipes to the upper pipes. Okay. Now we can go through and hook up the water pipes, which is just 2 groups of 3. And we come over here, we grab our handy dandy floor hole. And I probably could have gotten these a little bit closer, but I would rather have them, I don't know, I'd rather have them looking nice. Yeah, right there. We'll switch this to horizontal to vertical. And we'll hook them into the floor holes. And that doesn't actually look all that nice because it's not actually in the right spot, but that happens. I tried to micro nudge it because it looked like it needed to be micro nudged, but it didn't. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I easily could have moved those over another notch and that still would have worked. Okay. Yeah, if I would have moved them all over to the edge of this foundation, which I'm going to go ahead and do, even though it's going to be a big pain in the ass. I know it's going to be a huge pain in the ass. I'm sorry about that, but it's going to annoy me if I don't do it, and it saves me a little bit of space for the next step. And just bear in mind how many of these I have to make. That's where a lot of this comes from. Part of it is my analness, and part of it is thinking ahead. So it's not all just me being anal. It's also me thinking ahead, realizing I'm going to need a fair amount of freaking space. Even though the thing on the side is saying I only need to make 4 more blenders, that's not taking into account the fact I've already torn down quite a few blenders. So, yeah. Bit of a pain in the butt now saves me from having a bigger pain in the butt down the road. I think that makes sense to most people. I do need to hook up to the lower pipe first. It all boils down to, would you rather have a major pain in the butt now, or would you rather have a pain in the butt now or a major pain in the butt later? I myself, I'd rather not have any pain in the butts, but if I got to choose one, I'd rather have the smaller pain in the butt. Okay. And that's literally just to make that pipe a little bit smaller and bring the blenders in just a little bit more. Now we do the same thing. We try to get these nice and close. Like I said, she wasn't actually feeling where it hurts, so bear that one in mind. That could just literally be my scalp hurting. Alright, that one's done. Looks like I got about half a foundation here. Less than half a foundation. This is running basically right over the edge of that. It's running basically exactly where this one's running. So if I take these floor holes, I should be able to put them in exactly the same spot on this side. It allows me to place my blenders at the same width. If I go from here, it's not this one, it's this one. And then from that is smack down the middle of that foundation, and this should be about the same over here. Which means they go there. So, 2, come on. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Switch to 2 meter half. Run that way. Run it that way. Get rid of that. Pick it back up. Should be right there. Should be right there. And should be right there. And right there. And right there. And right ding dong there. Yay. Ding dongs. Want me a cosmic brownie. I don't know why. I'm not really a big chocolate eater. I'm not really a big brownie eater, but the cosmic brownies, yeah. Freaking cosmic brownies. All right. Go down here. We hook that up. Hook that up. Has anybody started figuring out how much water this is going to take yet? Does anybody even want to think about how much water this is going to take? Okay, so that's 3 banks. Remember, I need 28 of these. 6, 12, 18. Yeah, I still need more. And I haven't even gotten to the point where I need the sulfur, the nitrogen, and the coal. I haven't gotten to the point where there's a crap ton of freaking pipes running everywhere. Funky Cole Medina. So there's that. Where are we looking? Don't tell me this is lining up exactly the same as it did last time. Awesome. Exactly the same spot. I am absolutely for. I am down for that shiznit. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. Hey, I counted above 4. I know Casper's proud of me. Should be right there. Yes. Do 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 do. Get rid of all these because I know this is gonna work. Do 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 do. Every one of these floor holes requires 2 water extractors, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of water. Okay, hook this one to this one to that one. Same thing over here, and we're done with another set of blenders. And I gotta hook up the water line to the floor. Boink. All right. So now we just gotta do the fuel pipes on the back. There's one there, one there. Put that where it belongs and run it this way. Do 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 do. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? Why did you touch my bum? Alright, that's another one down. Now we need to run the pipe up here. But the nice thing is we're running this pipe right here We'll do this. Yeah, like that. So we can actually get rid of this pipe here because it's not going to be there. It's going to be... This big old foundation don't look that big anymore. They got a lot smaller, a lot faster. Can't really say I'm all too happy about that. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Why did you touch my bum? I don't know why that's just stuck in my head now. But at least funny. Itchy nose. To go with Amaya's itchy kitty. Do 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 do. Sorry, I always get really kind of quiet when I'm doing these builds because I kind of have to focus on them. It's not so much I have to focus, just my brain kind of shuts down and just kind of goes into that whole relax, get this done thing. It's kind of one of the reasons I really enjoy playing this game, because I know I can just chill and build. Especially when I get into these like big monster endgame builds. I think I'm gonna put some music on. Get some music up in here. There's some music up in there, bear. Open folder. Select folder. At least maybe this way I'll stop singing that Scooby-Doo thing. Alright, that explains why it was a little loud. I guess I watched a movie on my PC not too long ago, so Okay, make sure all this stuff's hooked up because it just had a really bad thought that I didn't hook up. Yeah, see, that's what I was worried about right there. I was worried I didn't hook up these the heavy oil residue pipes. Okay, so that is 6, 12, 18. Now, did I make too many of these? I think I made too many of these. 6, 8, or 6, 12, 18, 24. I made too many of these. And this one does not get overclocked. This one runs at normal speed. Because this should be 75 times 4, 300 exactly. So I might have my numbers mixed up. Did I screw up my numbers? Or no, I'm looking at the wrong output. This is 400 here, not 300. So this is 100, 200, 300. I guess this does run at full speed. And I'm actually pushing more crude into this system than what I need to, because I would rather have more fuel than I need to. And because according to my actual math on the actual calculator, I only need 2,062 and a half crude oil. I am bringing in a full 2,100 crude oil via a 600, a 600, a 600, and a 300 pipe, which I will turn all of that into heavy oil residue. I will turn all of that into fuel because that doesn't cost me anything. All it costs me is power and water and crude. And obviously all of that crap, none of that matters to me. I guess I don't have power grid out this far. Yeah, we'll go take care of that. As long as it actually has power, which it does. Why is my power grid so wonky? I guess it's not really that wonky. It's a little wonky. I'm dropping about 250. Yeah, it's exactly 250. So. Okay, so now we gotta hook up the fuel pipes for this. What are you making faces at me for, Maya? I'm gonna go ahead and put one of these up here somewhere. Shit. It didn't stick. Okay, there we go. So, bear in mind, every pipe except for this one little guy here is 600. So that is 600, 1200, 1800. Now we'll do it this way. 12, 24, 36, 48, 54, 5600 fuel. If I wanted to, I could take that 5600 divided by 50 and power 112 fuel generators with just this step. That 112 times 625 would give me 70,000 megawatts. Sounds pretty nice, right? 70,000 megawatts? Nah. But in case people aren't familiar with my content, I'm insane. And 70,000 megawatts is not freaking enough. By a long shot. But I am out of boom boom rounds, and I need more room down there, so we need to go make some more boom boom rounds. We're going to turn that off. We're going to go back to Boulange. We're going to go make some more boom boom rounds because, like I said, we need more foundations. Because that's just step... No, step 1 was taking the crude into heavy oil residue. Step 2 is taking heavy oil residue, turning it into fuel. So we're on step 2. Kind of sad. Step 3 is where stuff gets nutso-butso. And everybody loves when things get nutso-butso. You're greedy for power. Hey, I could be going worse. I could make this bigger. Don't start your shiza with me. I can make this bigger. Currently, I need about 5,600 water, by the way. The nice thing is the next step actually takes less blenders. It's only supposed to take 40. Do. Oh wait, wait. I might be being stupid. I am being stupid. No. Never mind. I'm only being partially stupid. I apologize. I do actually have to turn all of that into fuel. Not all of it's going to get turned into rocket fuel. That's where things get interesting. Some of this fuel is going elsewhere. It's going to go on a little journey. Dying. Dying. Thank you for the coffee, Casper. And dude, bear in mind, I'm not actually going to be throwing all that blue crystal down the drain. It's going to be getting used for something. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about what that something is. Yay, it's a drone! I see a drone! Yay, drone! Just bear in mind, as soon as I actually get the rocket fuel and turbo fuel going, the drones are going to get faster. The speed of a drone and the speed of how fast they fly is dependent upon what their fuel source is. They ain't getting no damn rocket fuel, though. That rocket fuel is mine. We're going to go ahead and stop this here. I'm trying to remember why I came over here. Oh, yeah, I need boom booms. And unfortunately, I don't have automated boom booms set up yet, or even automated bang bangs. So I have to go to this bin right here, which is where I keep my boom boom bang bangs. Or at least where I keep my bang bang powder. Okay. Now we'll turn self-driving back on. Even though, honestly, I could have jumped in my hypertube and gotten here a lot faster. We're going to take the train. And then I'm going to go take a quick break to use the restroom while we're crafting some things. I don't remember. I got distracted. What? The hell are you even talking about? I don't remember what you're talking about, so we're even. I am the embodiment of distracted. Okay, I need to make some iron rebar. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back in just uno momento. That's way more than I want, but that's okay. That's okay. Worst case, I'll just upload the rest of Dimensional Depot. Hot hello from cold Russia. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Alex. We are officially working on the monster power plant. And we have taken the crude oil, we've gotten the crude oil into the power plant. We've converted it to heavy oil residue, and we've got it set up to convert it to fuel via the diluted fuel recipe. We're currently set up to make 5,600 fuel per minute, which is actually more than my estimate wanted by about 100, but meh. Does it really matter if I make a little extra fuel? And because I have a bad habit of going really quiet when I'm doing building, I put on music. See, hey ho, he knows. He knows I'm a hoe. That's more welcome back, Alex. Hey, Alex pops in almost every stream, which I do greatly appreciate. We are up to 175 subscribers. I'm only 25 away from my goal by the end of the month. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put those into dimensional storage because I don't actually use them. We're going to go ahead and reload this. Go get my choo-choo. Go get in bottle service. And we'll go back to the coal mine, which isn't actually a coal mine. Man, there's a coal mine near it. So that's got to count for something, right? Where you sing "Working in the Coal Mine." I didn't see Heather today over on Twitch. Heather's gonna lose her stream streak. Oh yeah, Maya, did you see the picture I posted in Discord? She was there for a few minutes but didn't say anything. Yeah, I think she said she's got some stuff to do around the house this weekend, so probably popped over to make sure her stream streak stayed going and then went back to work, which is A-okay. I don't mind my lurkers. I don't mind my little pop-ins. Honestly, the amount of pop-ins I get on Satisfactory is hilarious. I'm already at like 46 views at the moment. We got 5 concurrent viewers. So hello to all. We're gonna get back to our. I don't want to really say it's a mega power plant, but I mean 400,000 megawatts. It's a little nuts. I could go more nuts. I could go like men in little white coats with butterfly nets coming to take me away nuts. It would be kind of interesting to show off just how much power you could make with just crude oil. Like if you took every drop of crude oil on the map and funneled it into just a diluted fuel plant. Not even a rocket, not even turbo, just diluted fuel. How much power would you actually make off just the diluted fuel recipe? Obviously, the math is already there. It's very possible to do the math. Because crude oil and nitrogen and, you know, all your fluids, and I'll use the term fluid, not liquid, because gases are still a fluid, even if they're not a liquid. Fluid and liquid are not interchangeable. They're not really, they don't mean the same thing. But your fluids are, there's no way to get more of them. Your solids, your iron ore, limestone, copper, deuterium, etc., 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 all those, there's recipes using the converter and strange alien matter to get more. But there's no, as far as I know, there's no recipe to get more fluids. So there's a finite, with that knowledge, there's a finite amount of crude oil on the map. I'm kind of surprised those hatchers came back, but oh well. Squirrel! Squirrel? Where's a squirrel? I want a squirrel. Okay, that one's going to come through. And we're going to be given the green to go through. That's why I have all the pathing signals and block signals and all that stuff. So I can do stuff like that. I think that's a really good example. Bad thing is I've got this entire freaking road network set up and I never use it. How are they? Those are filling up. Or at least they're not empty. Well, it just means I might be getting more than I should. Maybe getting the full 2,400 per minute. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Okay. I just need to get rid of these big old monstrosity ones. They're just in the way. And I know I can go over there and chop them down with the chainsaw and get resources. I don't want the resources. And, you know, I'm a standard guy, so watching things go boom is a win. Okay, so I need 1,500 fuel elsewhere. 1,500 fuel has to go to a different portion of this facility. And we're going to set this to Blueprint Auto Connect, which means it will lock on to the other blueprints. So as much as we thought this might be somewhere near big enough, it's not. Oh God, is it not? It's pretty damn big, but it ain't big enough. Oh, it's a cookie. I like cookies. Casper's gonna try to eat a cookie. That's groundbreaking news right there. No, it isn't. You son of a bitch. Haha, screw you, jackass. I'm sorry, I found that funny. The vast majority of this is going to get turned into rocket fuel. Sorry, I'm trying to do math in my head. I need 1,500 rock or fuel to move over to a different area, and everything else to go over to the rocket fuel. Okay. And each one of these pipes, except for the very last one, is 600. The very last one is 200. Which makes the mathing kind of interesting. Interesting picture. Yeah, that hog has a jetpack on it. Which is now my jetpack. Okay, so 600, 1,200, 1,400. That doesn't that doesn't compute. Thank you. Otherwise, we've got... Now this would be the... I also need to bring... I still need to bring... this pipe into that line. We should actually make these start making a little bit more blue math. I am the squirrel. Wait, is there that much of a freaking delay, or is Amaya just slow? Are you sure you're on live? It should only be like 10 seconds. So 600, 1200, 1400. I need 1500, which is the entire problem here. So I might just tap off the first 3 lines, which would be 600, 1200, or no. Hold on, hold the fucking phone. That's 600, 1200, 1800, 2000. So if I just take this, I'll have enough. And then I can just split off 500. Unfortunately, there's no way to actually split off a finite amount. Okay, let's start setting up for the rocket fuel. Let's start getting that one done. Okay? Okay? Little Joe Pesci for you. Nobody likes Joe Pesci. I think most people were happy to watch him get beat in what was it? Vegas? Las Vegas? All right. So the recipe I need, first and foremost, this is a pain in the freaking ass, is this one. No, that's not it. That's the wrong recipe. Sorry. This one. This is the one I want, right here. It's the one that I want. You're the one that I want. Beep, beep, beep. And if I put another one in, do I get 300? No, 250. Okay, so we don't want it. We're okay with that. No. This does kind of screw me a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But if I do another 6, like I've been doing. If I go for 6. I did not place correctly. I knew it wasn't going to. That's 2 pipes of fuel down the throat here. The drawback is this requires both. Did I not? Alright, whatever. Set this to the correct recipe and then we'll just copy. Copy and paste, copy and paste. And you can tell it's the right recipe because the liquid in the top goes orange instead of. Okay, so I am planning on taking a vast majority of this crap. This is 2,000. I need 1,500 of it. Each one of these eats 200. So if I underclocked one of these and fed one of those lines into 3 of these, that's 200, 400, 500. And then that means there would be 100 left in the pipe. It can go over to the next section and yeah, words. I was supposed to be saying words. feed the turbo fuel, because I am going to make turbo fuel here as well. This in there. I'm trying to think of how the hell to do that. It'd be okay. So that's 1200. That's yeah. Say this is 1200 right here. Plus, okay. So if I feed this one straight into a blender, that one goes away, just gone. If I take these and feed them into hold on. Like I said, I'm trying to figure this out on the fly, and it's not working very well. It's not a squirrel thing, it's a fly thing. Because I need basically 1200. That's 1200. That would be 1800. I don't need that pipe at all. It's 600, 1200, 1800. That pipe can just GTFO. Why does it have that? The jetpack? Is that what we're talking about? Is the jetpack pig? Overclock this. Because I need 40 of these divided by 2, which is 20. So it kind of makes me think I'm going to have some leftover. Oh, yeah, because I'm making too much fuel. I'm making more fuel than I need. That's right. That's where this whole thing gets squirrely. Yeah, if we're talking about the jetpack pig, there are a finite amount of pigs on the map, and every time you load a save, one of them gets chosen to wear a jetpack. And every time you exit and reload, it chooses a completely different pig. Give me just a second. I need to try to... This one here is making 100 too much fuel. But I would rather go ahead and make all of it into fuel. Because worst case, I just feed that down 2 power generators and whatever. But I need 1500 coming out to go somewhere else. So this is a 600 line, that's a 600 line, that's a 600 line. Part of what I'm trying to figure out is how to route this. I think that makes sense. So I'm going to get rid of this routing. And I have a reason for this. we're going to switch this to coming out the other way. I always do that. I don't need to do that, but I always do that. Grab this and we'll pull it. I don't know how far this way it can come. About that far. Okay, so that, if I de-overclock that, so I get the absolute correct amount. Because that is 600, 1200, 1800, or sorry, 600, 1200. If I underclock this, it would be 100, so 1300. I need 200 more. You know what makes 200? Each one of these. So we could just de-overclock this. That gives me 100. So 600, 1200, 1300. And I just need one of these. So why don't, instead of this, how about we just not use this pipe? No, don't use that pipe. We've got 600, 1200. Shit, I need an extra pipe, don't I? It's 13. I need one more. Give me you. I need one more blender. It's worth of fuel. So why don't I just do this? And it'd be lovely if I could somehow get this pipe of 200 to combine with this pipe of 100 to become a pipe of 300. Then I have 600, 1200, 300, which would also allow me to just use a Mark I pipe, but obviously this pipe's in the freaking middle of everything. Oh, that's simple. That's freaking simple to fix. Yeah, Jetpack Pig. I think by now I've explained it. Okay, so that's a 200 pipe hugging here. Grab a merger. So that's 200. Combined with 100, that's 300, right? I think that's how math works. Sorry, I'm being quiet, but the problem solving of stuff like this is one of the things I really enjoy. Okay, let's count this down. We have 600. This pipe out here contains 3 blenders combined together to make another 600. 600 plus 600 is 1200. This one contains that far blender, comes all the way down here, comes around and combines with this guy. This guy is only making 100 fuel. So that one over there is making 200 plus 100 equals 300. 600 plus 600 plus 300 equals 1500. Correct? Awesome. So now we have 400 here to get rid of, which can easily, I mean, I could theoretically just throw down 2 blenders right here, run them into that, and start my chain there, because I need 20. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Short of the fact that this is going to throw off my lines. Because if I need 20 and I'm doing everything in groups of 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's going to be over a little bit because of those 2 pipes sticking through there. But who the fuck really cares? I mean, I do, but I'll deal with it. Now, the drawback is I got to start using foundations again to raising stuff. Because these guys are both taking in 2 fluids and 2 solids. They're outputting 1 solid and 1 fluid. The nice thing is it's outputting a gas which has no head pressure and it can just go straight up to get burned. But my thought for these 2 is I need 20 of these. All overclocked to 200%. So if I do it in groups of 6, 6, 12, 18. Oh no, I need 2 more. Makes sense to me. I don't know about you. Now the drawback is now I got to get the nitrogen down here, I got to get the sulfur down here, and I got to get the coal over here because the coal's over there. And these are going up 3 and 4 spaces respectively. Because we already know through numerous times of doing this. Oh, look how beautiful that looks. Look how freaking tight that is. That is tight like a tiger. Or having done this many times, too many times to even think about. A belt coming out of a conveyor or a merger or splitter that is 3 up is the exact right height to go over a pipeline junction that is placed on top of a 2-meter foundation. If I was smart, I'd go get my blueprint maker and I'd start making blueprints, but I'm not smart. So we're going to do this a long, hard, arduous way. Because I'm stupid like that. Now the scary thing is, for every 2 pipes of fuel that I put into this system, I get 3 pipes of rocket fuel out of it. These 2 right here, that's a full fucking pipe of rocket fuel. So I will have 10 fucking pipes of rocket fuel coming out of this. They're going straight up. They will be combined and go straight up to go the F away. And those are not even the right thing. They're supposed to be splitters. If you were not aware that you could do that, you can switch any merger or any splitter to any type of the others by literally just holding down control. And it will just let you direct replace them. There, you learned something from an idiot today. I do need to do a little math on the other ones. Sulfur, 200 per. Hey, guess what? There's 600 down this line. Or there's 6 of these down this line. Each one wants 200. That's gorgeous, because that means there's 1,200 that goes down that pipe. Which, I'm sure some of us remember, what's the maximum amount that I can put down a conveyor? Yep, that's right, 1,200. Sounds kind of like I planned this all out, didn't it? I didn't, but I'm going to lie and say I did. I'd be really happy to at least get like some of the basic infrastructures for this setup today. Okay. I'm kind of thinking sulfur goes on top. Which means coal goes below that. And I only need 100 coal. So each of these gets to be a Mark II. I just realized others are way too goddamn close together. As much as this, I really liked how this looked. That isn't gonna freaking fly. They need to be out like here. And that's still gonna work. Which means I have to go through and reset every single one of those. And actually, that's in the wrong spot. So that's a win. Okay. I hear that train. Pretty sure that's my train. Having a conniption fit. Kind of hard to tell with all this crap on my compass. Okay. You know what? We're going to do a kibitz here. We're just going to go through the freaking floor because I am way too lazy to fly all the way around. So we're going to get rid of all these so I can place them in the right spot. Okay. I hit the wrong button there. Always make sure your arrows are facing the correct direction. But it's better to figure out that your arrows aren't facing the correct direction at this point than it is when you go certain and you put belts on. I'm sure some of you guys are noticing the little tricky I'm doing here. To speed this up just a slight bit. Honestly, if I could just get the logistics sorted in this episode, I will be happy. So the lower one will be coal. And the upper one will be sulfur. Sulfur wants 200 per to go in, so those are Mark III conveyors. Coal only needs 100, so they're only Mark IIs. The drawback is because I do need 600 coal down this line, I do need a Mark V belt on the lower one. So we're going to stop flying, or at least we're going to come down here. We're going to come down with the peasants. But unfortunately, I don't have a 600 belt. I have a 700 belt, and I have a 1200 belt. And I may change the inputs on these to have them feed from the direction I'm facing instead of the over here to the left. But for right now, that works. Just remember, there's going to be 4 belts of sulfur coming down this ceiling. There's going to be 2 belts of coal coming down the ceiling. There's going to be 5 pipes of... Shit, I just realized that. There's going to be 5 pipes of nitrogen. So I need... Shiza. I might have the room for that. It's going to be really goddamn tight. This isn't going to work. These blenders need to move over more. Because I have to run 2 pipes of fuel down here and 2 pipes of nitrogen. Wait a second. I can probably get the 2 pipes of fuel down here. Who the hell said nitrogen has to come from that direction over there? Or who said all the nitrogen has to come from over there? Let me try a little something here. Let me try getting all this hooked up. This is going to be tight. And there won't be any tigers involved in this one. This is just going to be tight. Okay. Do we have a preference on if fuel? I think fuel needs to be on the bottom. So that's 3 for fuel. Because remember, nitrogen is coming from above anyways. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Get rid of that. So we know these 2 are just going to feed into that. So we're going to take these 2 pipes. We're going to run them out like here. How many more pipes do we have? 4? Yeah, 4 more fuel pipes. That's 4 more. Not 4 total. 4 more. There's 6 pipes that get to come down this segment here. Let's get these all set up. I mean, as much as I would love to have this all done tonight, I definitely don't think this power plant's coming online tonight. And I don't think anybody blames me for that one. I think to a point everybody would rather me take my time and make sure I have this right. Then potentially screw it all up. The drawback, oh, no, never mind. I was going to say something about the drawback is the outgoing gases from this production is going to be a kind of a pain. I mean, there will be a bit of a pain. These are going to make compacted coal, but I think I'm just going to rise them up and send them over the top of those pipes. I think that's the play I'm going to go with. And there is another one of these I have that I never use. Mainly because it doesn't like to play nice. It looks like it's up off the ground. Alright, you want to play freaking games? We can play games. Look how nice that looks. Doesn't that look nice? They just look lovely. Lovely jubblies. My jubblies are so lovely. Alright, now which one's fuel? Fuel is we've decided is going to be the lower pipe, and it is the rightmost one. I always try to keep some semblance of sanity with these. Can I just do that? Have I been screwing with the damn... Yeah, that definitely doesn't want to click in the right spot. I guess if I hold down control, it kind of does. No, that's definitely not in the right spot. You notice how it's a little bit to the left? We'll get rid of you. We'll put down the foundation trick. I'd rather be sure. I don't know what jubblies are as far as why they're so lovely, but I'm gonna say mine are lovely. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. I can venture a guess as far as what jubblies are. Okay, that part's done. That part was easy. Conveyor splitter. That's at 4. I'll move these over right there. And I'll snap this onto the bottom. Onto the bottom, I said. And we'll bump it over. I only need a Mark 2 for this, and we only need a Mark 4 for this. They look a little weird when you get into Mark 4s, but we'll deal with it. Because we need 400 sulfur and 200 coal. We're literally just doubling this because there's 2 of them. So now we'll have to have nitrogen down here, and I'll have to figure that one out. Getting the products down to this assembly is going to be the harder part. That is going to put out 50 compacted coal each. And we'll move that down to, we'll go about right there. Because obviously, conveyor belts can only be so long. Okay, that at least gets the compacted coal out of here, and then I'll deal with it down the road. And I do quite literally mean down the road. But on the back side, we are going to do the standard, get the gas out the old-fashioned way. And by using 2-meter foundations. I just have to mentally remember you know what, I'm gonna do something really, really stupid real quick. And I do mean real quick. Yeah, shut up.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you
That's
find
it.
yourself
That's
struggling to work
literally
within
the whole
set
blueprint.
size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
That's it. That's the entire blueprint right there. You know why I did that? Okay, why did I do that? God damn it. Yep. Because every single two of these equals one full pipe. Oh, that's a damn shame. They're a finite amount of space front to back. Like they're an even amount of space front to back, but they seem to be a bit weird side to side. Oh shit. Yeah, I will agree with Kibitz that is the best blueprint you can possibly make. I want to go right there. You know, I'm relatively okay with that. Let's go with that. Looks okay. Right. Kind of looks a little bit better than this, honestly. Not only is it the fastest blueprint you will ever make, it is extremely handy. And I mean like Mr. Handy. Yeah, that's about where that one is. There's a thing on the back of the blender that I'm using to line that up with. Alright, the nice thing is these don't matter. I don't really know why I did that, because the way I'm doing that, yeah, that's not actually going to work. That's not going to work. No, you stay. You stay. Save me a little bit of headache by just making that blueprint. Right? I thought that looked really good, but it's not going to work the way for what I wanted it to look or work. Because the entire reason I'm doing this isn't just to get the crap off the ground. Give me your pipe. No, that's not a pipe. That's a pipe. I'll set that to auto. Auto tragic. Is that too far out? We'll go noodle. That looks good. Gotta play with my noodle, my noodle. Gotta canoodle my noodle. Okay, that's actually what I was looking for. Okay, that's actually what I was going for. Because now I can go through and do this. Well, not when it wants to behave like that. Bad noodle. I don't want to canoodle a noodle if it wants to behave like that. I don't know what the hell canoodle means, but it sounds funny. Okay, and each of these are going to put out 50 compacted coal, so that's a Mark 1 belt. There's 6 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 50 is 300. So, got to go to a Mark 4 belt. Okay. So I will probably work on putting the rest of these blenders in here in just a little bit. But that's giving me a massive headache. So we're going to go downstairs and we're going to do some downstairs stuff. Ooh, down into the briny deeps. Yeah, I didn't really think about that one very well. Ah, it's got crabs. Get my fly swatter out. Ow. Where's the other one? That's too many to come from one. Well, I don't think they were down here waiting for me. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a little bit more landscaping. I'm gonna turn the music off. I need to go through and seriously edit that music. Okay, so that one's fine. That one's a bit of a pain. The rest are fine. So we need to put down some foundations down here solely so I can get a grid going. If you are not familiar, you can do this. And you can get water extractors to snap onto a grid. Which can come in very, 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 very handy. And once you get the first one placed, it's not that bad. Just know, because out here you see how they spin all over the place. Here, they spin exactly on the 90-degree axis. Another major reason why I built this blueprint. Hey, look at that. Just look at it. Okay, so I want to be right in between these two. And I want to nudge this over about there. All right, so they needed to come. It needed to come down a little bit more, but whatever. And ba-boom. Now we can do this. Try to get this to line up a little bit better. Looks like it needs to actually come, like, be right in between those two. So maybe there. Let's try there. And again, this is me being really, really anal. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is downright prettiful. That is downright pretty. It would look a lot better if, this one was about halfway over that way, that one was on this side, and I just had those lined up in the center, but whatever. I didn't get it that good, so I gotta deal with what I gotta deal with, right? And I think no. You can build these out. Huh. I don't have rotors and dimensional storage. So I will need to fix that. But for right now, resource is not deep enough. I gotta come over this way. I don't think I can nudge it now. So I need to go get some more rotors, which isn't that big of a problem. Just another trainer item. And I have rotors. I have rotors in abundance. Doesn't really seem like I'm getting a full 4,800, but I might be because they're all trying to bog up into that first bin. We'll see when I get all this set up. We'll go back to Bourlange. That gives me a little bit of time to... Ouch. Check my metrics and everything. Which right now is kind of looking like the dookie. I don't have that much delay, so looking at the stream I don't have much delay. So if you're having a lot of delay, try refreshing your stream. Or close YouTube and reopen it. I don't know. They didn't say anything. Well, nobody. It's a very quiet stream. Maybe it's because it's Saturday. I figured, a Saturday would do really well, but... trying to, failing miserably. It's not a bad thing. Okie dokie, let's get over there and get our stuff and our things and stuff. Put some rotors into dimensional storage. Kind of surprised I don't have those already going into dimensional storage. But that's why I grabbed a bunch of mercy spares. Casper, if you wouldn't mind, pop your head in and get the damn dog back upstairs. I don't know why. Every single time you go out to smoke, he takes that as a cue to go downstairs. Another thing is everything seems to be running pretty well. Obviously, we don't really know how nitrogen's running because, well, we're not using the nitrogen just yet. My goal is to get the water extractors in place. That way we can start making fuel. We'll go ahead and get those blenders all set up. The drone just gave me a drone buy. And the worst thing is, I mean, everything I'm dealing with now is all the easy part. The hard parts are going to be trying to fit these 640 fucking generators. And we'll grab that. I believe that's smart plating. I know I have rotors somewhere. Get rid of that. Is it you? It's you. It's huge. There we go. Rotors going up. Next stop, women's lingerie and rotors. Okay. Get rid of that. Go back to Ledvinka. But yes, Casper, you were correct that you cannot get that piece to rotate like that unless you make a blueprint or put it up against the wall. So if you ever want a really easy vertical pipe junction, just throw it in the blueprint. Throw a wall down in the blueprint maker, throw the pipe junction against it, get rid of the wall, make a blueprint. Boom. Problem solved. Oh, yeah, I need to change my audio settings. Alright, if anybody's curious as to my settings, and I still get like freaking 250 FPS. But I have a beast of a machine. Getting a little long in the tooth now because, you know, new stuff comes out. Actually, I want to check one more thing. No. Do 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 do. And I may just throw down just a crap ton of foundations out of the water. So I'm not working on the same grid, just that I can work on the grid. Up, 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 up. Yeah, I think you've got some serious delay issues on my end. I don't think it's on my end. Because if I actually go back and check my stream, it's literally about 5-second delayed. The drawback is there's multiple trains waiting to get into the station. Little traffic slowdown here. And that's completely fine. That just tells me that there's a crap ton of sulfur coming in. And there's another train behind me trying to get in. Okay. And I did make sure to turn off self-driving before I exited. Let's get down there and get the water extractors hooked up. And get me some bacon. Get me some more bacon. This one's going to be a bit of a pain because solely because reasons. Because I got this rock formation in my way. But we'll go ahead and get this hooked up. And I'll go ahead and get some more foundations laid just to ensure that when I start laying down the water extractors, I have a nice grid to work from. See, the drawback is the water extractors can't be nudged around, so kind of have to get them in the right spot the first try, which is more than a little bit of a pain in the butt. And I'm in the water. I do know I need to go down a half. That is exactly where I want to be. I'm going to come over here and land on the water extractors where I can't actually get in the water. And yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, shit. right there and drop it. I'm not worried about it being absolutely flawlessly perfect. It's good because that crap ain't ever going to happen. Come on, go in the right side. Thank you. And just bear in mind, I've got all the ones on that side still to do too. Oh, do 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 ba 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 da da ba boo. Boop 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 boop. A beep 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 beep. Doop 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 doop. Obviously, I can't go straight down on this one, so I'm gonna do something a little different this time. It's really gonna look like crap, but I'm okay with something looking like crap. I'll put you over there. Well, I'm not super okay with it, but whatever. It'll work. like I said, it works. That's all I care about at the moment. I think I'm not the only one who believes in that philosophy. There's a time and place to make things look all pretty, and there's a time and place just to make sure crap works. Right now, I'm in more of a make crap work mood. If I really care about the pretty, I can go back and fix stuff. Come on, there it is. Okay. Looks like I got one more, and if I remember right, that one doesn't need two. Because I think that's that, like, little random one. Yeah, that's this one. This only needs 100 water per minute, so it only gets one. So we're not going to do a T-junction for it. We don't need to. If I don't need to, I'm not going to. I don't think you guys really blame me all that much for that. And I got that pretty damn well lined up for just eyeballing it. All right, now we need power. Right here. Connect and connecty. And down here. And connect. And connect. Being a little temperamental right now. It's just a bit temperamental. This one's a bit weird, and I know that honking should not be my train. Because I turned off self-driving before I even got out of it. But like I always say, should and is not are not the same word. Now we're going to go through and overclock all these. The nice thing is there is no water byproduct for this system, so I don't have to worry about, oh, I got to make sure the settings are right. For the most part, these settings are literally just overclock them. Maximum. All the water. Not to mention, I'm going to have to go in and put pumps in on all these pipes because that's not going to cut it. So I'm going to have to redo the I'll have to redo the wiring. Which, I mean, it won't be that bad. Just literally bring this over to about here. Connect and reconnect. I hate these ceiling ones. And obviously, like I've said multiple times, I could easily use the Mark II or Mark III ones. I'm just cheap. Okay. I think that's all. So let's go get the blenders hooked up. Which, you know, just means that much more power wire. Yay, power wires. Everybody loves the power wire. Why am I putting them way the hell out here? I never put them way the hell out there. I always put them right here on the corners. Yay. I saw it. I just didn't care. Go. go ahead and put all these down. And obviously, I could hook 2 of these up to one power pole. I just don't like the way that looks. So sometimes it's all about aesthetics. We're not hooking all the blenders up. We're just hooking up the fuel maker. We're hooking up the fuel making happeners. Alright, well, I'm glad I didn't do anything about it. Because obviously I can just reach over and ban them just as easily as you can. Okay, and pull this one. This is still a fuel making happener. I don't want to play with the rocket fuel rows just yet. And that is also, this one is also fuel. Kind of scary to think about how many fuel make it blenders there are back here. Now, the next one down that row is not a fuel. It's a rocket fuel. We're not playing with those yet because I still got a lot of logistics to run for that. We just pull you over. Nope. Pull you over. I like that though. Fuel, make it blender. And speaking of fuel, make it blenders, let's get blending. Where do you not? Oh, that'd be a damn good reason why you don't have anything going in your one. But I forgot to hook up pipes. Oopsie. That's a me problem. I might have screwed that one up a little bit. Making all the go-go gadget juice. Go-go gadget me! You know, well, we might be getting the golden nut on this playthrough, too. Okay, so I got 8 of the 20 blenders hooked up. Oh, hooked up is the wrong term. Set up, maybe. And I know I need at least enough room to run these to put a... Okay. That seems to be lined up. Maybe? Maybe, baby? I want more baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. And we'll just go back a little bit farther because what's it hurt to just have more room? There's another 6. All right, I need to use the restroom. I will be back momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Hmm? Hmm. Okay, I'm back. Let's try to get this done. While I also try to shovel food down my throat. Okay. So yeah, we just moved those straight over, so. Oh, okay, we need to set up a row of these. And the high one is the one on the left. Oh, that's far enough. I'll check. No, that's not high enough. Or it's high enough, it's just not far enough off. I think that might be, or I just put it right back in the same spot. Nope, that's fine. Cool. I was really worried I put it right back in the exact same damn spot. Which I do on a regular basis. All right, there we go. Yay! I'll get rid of all these. I don't need them anymore. At least not just yet. I'll need them in the future. They'll be needed in the future. Future idiots will need them. Okay. And that's supposed to be, I think, nitrogen. This is such a cluster over here, it's kind of hard to tell. Those aren't hooked up, so it's really hard to tell. Yeah, I'm guessing those are nitrogen. And that is 150 per, so basically every 4 machines. Which, you know, makes it really confusing when I'm doing groups of 6. Well, that should be full of fuel, which it is. Yay. Yay. Ah. Sorry, like I said, I'm trying to shove food down my throat as well, so. Okay. So 3 machines per fuel. Because each one of these requires 200 fuel. And we'll do 4 machines for nitrogen. And then hook the last 2 machines up together for nitrogen. And somehow, I will get this pipe and that pipe to make babies. And not interfere with that pipe. Which, I mean, I might have kind of a funky psychedelic idea. Surface is too uneven. How the hell is the surface? Oh, yeah. There we go. Hey, guess what? I got them together. So that's 4 machines for nitrogen. 4 machines for nitrogen. 4 machines for nitrogen. So that's 600, 1200, 1800. I have 3,000 nitrogen. Hmm. That is in the right spot. Time to move this one. Now, there's a kind of a weird way of doing this, but it wouldn't really be me if I wasn't doing something in a weird way. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Doop. And yep. Yay, there we go. So now we can put the lifts in place. All right. Oakley dokley. There's that. That's all done. Now we just have to run belts between them, which doesn't take all that long. I need 600 coal down each one of these lines, and 1200 sulfur. Okay, there we go. Those are all hooked up. Now we get around to the back and hook up the back portion of it. Which again starts with a 2-meter half foundation. And I only use the half foundations because it's a little easier to snap them in place. We make absolutely certain that it's far enough off. Yes, yes it is. As long as I use noodle. Which, I mean, is kind of my go-to for doing this portion. So. Alright, so that's the only portion of that I want to set up, but I do think we'll go ahead and get this done. It's every other one. Now we'll get rid of all these half foundations. Deal with a little bit of lag from the autosave. And there's another 3 pipes full of rocket fuel. When the damn pipes want to behave themselves. So that is 3, 6, and I don't have this one actually hooked up. So 3, 6, 7. might make this a little more challenging. Might. No, it looks like it's going to be tight. I don't care. Nobody's going to see it. I'm the only one that's going to know about it. Oh, that and all of you, but you're not going to tell anybody, right? My secret's safe with you? Alright, so now we're going to do all of that, again. But first I need to at least run the fuel pipes. And I'm purposely moving these around a bit like this because I do have something that's going to get in my way here real soon. What the hell did that... Not want to work, not want to work, not want to work. Okay, I'll work. Right. That's all the fuel hooked up. And a lot more room this time. Okay, so I do have 2 full foundations plus a tick. So that's 2 full foundations plus a tick. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh yeah, I still gotta hook up the compacted coal output. So let's get that knocked out real quick. It's not that bad. If things stopped moving at the absolute last second. Okay, and Mark IV belt. Because there will be 300 compacted coal coming out of this system. So, works. I need to have at least a belt that can handle 300. Oh, and by the way, that is the last of the blenders. And I don't mean the last of the blenders for this step. I mean, that's the last of the blenders. Because after that, we just go into refineries. So, look at it done. I'll find the right magic freaking spot. Okay, there we go. Found the magic spot. Yay! Flick that bean. Grab a junction. This is supposed to be on the right-hand side one. I think. Yes. Okay. So now we can hook these all up. Okay. Those are the ones for nitrogen. Now we go in, we put the ones in for fuel. And we know fuel goes 3 to a line. So we hook up 3 machines. We skip one. And we hook up 3 machines. Nitrogen, we know, goes 4. So we hook up these 4 and the last 2. Because unfortunately, nitrogen's kind of weird. Okay, Casper. A lot of that weirdness comes into the fact that I have these 2 here. So I've got 2 taking nitrogen here and 2 taking nitrogen back there. So I'll have to do some interesting things to the nitrogen lines to get them to line up properly. But that sounds like a damn good case of I'll deal with that off stream. Hold on. Okay. Now I just take this one and nudge it down here till it lines up. I put one underneath of it. And I nudge it forwards till it lines up. And I put one on top of that. Lock it in. Move it down. Till it lines up. Lock it in. Move it down. Rinse, repeat. It kind of looks like leapfrogging. And just go through and blah, 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 blah. Obviously, again, this would be a little bit easier if I would just use blueprints, but eh. Okay, and the lower one is the coal. It's a funky coal. So it gets a Mark II. We use almost every single... Oh, actually, I think I do use every single speed of belt in this game in this one section of this build. Because the compacted coal coming out of the back of these machines only comes out at 50 per minute, so I use a Mark I. I need 100 coal per minute, so I use a Mark II conveyor. I need 200 sulfur per minute per machine, so I use a Mark III. I use Mark IVs in both the compacted coal distribution and the I use compacted coal, Mark IVs for the compacted coal. I use Mark Vs for the actual coal. I use Mark VI for the sulfur. So yeah, I've got every single speed of belt in these blenders. God damn it. It's really hard to tell because it takes forever for a Mark VI belt to actually spawn. Okay, so that's the whole front end, short of power, which we're not going to worry about power right now. No, we're probably not going to worry about power today. Okay, I'm going to put one of these on the back of each of these machines. It kind of looks like I put that a little too close. Or, yeah. Oh. Just looks weird because it was in auto 2D, so it was being very, very straight, and I didn't like that. It looked odd. God damn it. That's why we don't pay attention. The drawback is now everything going into that machine has to be replaced. And I just realized I haven't been hooking up. Yeah, words. Words are not cooperating with me today. Words, why don't you love me? I didn't actually hook up the fuel lines to the machines. Hooked up everything else, just didn't hook up the fuel lines. Let me go over here and make sure I did it on this side. It does look like it. It's never a bad idea to go down your machines and make sure you got everything hooked up properly. Or, in this case, actually hooked up. Because I mean, I've done that a few times now. I'm not too big of a person to say that I've done that a few times now. Oh. Just noticed that even though I had just went through and hooked all that crap up, the blender itself wasn't in the right spot. I don't know why I always instinctively hit F then R. It's like my gameplay itself is trying to say for real. Even though when I know full well I'm supposed to be hitting F then G to go into the filter. My finger just wants to say FR. For real, for real, for real. And I don't care if this is perfectly centered or not. But that is, let's count this down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got my numbers wrong. Sorry. Let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rocket fuel gas pipes. And they are full. That will be 6,000 rocket fuel per minute. But wait, we're not done. There's more. Because what kind of silly person would I be to throw away all of this compacted coal? We have... Oh, I ran out of power shards. I did not run out of power shards. I just didn't have any more in my inventory. If you're not aware, copying and pasting settings will allow you to move power shards into buildings and set the overclock. I'm sure most of you know that one. Most veteran players. Why is that not clicking onto the line? Alright, now this one gets snake way down here. Right. That's all the fuel lines hooked up. So we still need to hook up all the nitrogen lines. We still need to hook up all the coal lines. We still need to hook up all the sulfur lines. Not to mention, I gotta start dealing with the byproducts. But the nice thing is I got this area over here. The problem is we make 300, 600, 900, 1,000 compacted coal every single minute. A fully overclocked refinery to make turbo fuel only wants 37.5. So if we take the 1,000 and divide it by 37.5, we need 27 refineries to process all that. Now the nice thing is, I do have this nice little area here. And I probably get 27 refineries in there. And we can keep taking the foundation this way. Because, I mean, that's where it currently stops. And the upper one goes all the way out to here. AKA, we're going to make a lot of power. Is there other ways to make this amount of power? Yes. You can get into nuclear. But there's no waste to this. This is nice, clean energy with no byproducts. Because the byproduct that the rocket fuel is going to make, we're just going to make turbo fuel with and burn that. But, but, big butts. Big butts. And if I need to, I can put 2 more trucks on this line and speed up how much is coming down here. Let's go down here and check out my bins. That one's full. That one's not. That one's not. I'm hopeful that we can actually get the 2,000 coal per minute down here. But technically speaking, and I don't want to do this, but technically speaking, I could. This is a very much a feasible plan that wouldn't be all that difficult. So this is the beginning of where I need coal. And there's my coal plants. It wouldn't really be all that unheard of just to bring the coal over here, right? It's right freaking there. Do I really need the trucks? Could I not just run a fucking belt or two over here? So worst case scenario, if the trucks are being slow and I need more coal over here, or if it's not coming in at a very good speed, just run a damn belt over here. It ain't that far. I didn't realize I'd be this far back by the time I got to the blenders. But you gotta admit, well, that's looking good. And honestly, I don't want to get rid of the trucks because if I feel like if I get rid of the trucks, then I have to move the blenders up here, which means I have to rebuild all of that shit with the blenders, and I don't want to do that. Well, worst case, we'll find something else to put in there. We're just gonna trap these beans up underneath these foundation. They can live out their days down there among the peasants. But I think that's probably going to kind of wrap it up for the day. And a lot of that boils down to the pure and simplistic fact that I don't really have a whole lot more to do that's I'm going to be able to do in a short period of time. And was only planning for streaming for about another half an hour. But let's go ahead and go back to the main base, the original Rocky Desert factory real quick. I do want to try to finish this Monday. We will finish this power plant Monday. We will throw the switch. Just bear in mind, I'm probably going to have at least a train full of mats to build the 640 fully overclocked fuel power generators. And no, I did not freaking stutter. I mean 640 fuel power generators. 580 of those will be rocket fuel, and the other 60 will be turbo fuel. I will be pulling 400 megawatt or 400 gigawatts, 400,000 megawatts out of this blue crater. And the scary thing is, there's still more oil that I'm not touching. I mean, when I say there's more oil, I mean there's a single impure note that I'm not touching. There ain't much. I'm taking most of it. I'm gonna take all that. I'm taking it all, and I'm calling your mama. So if you are remotely curious about how to pull out 400 gigawatts from the blue crater, and I'm getting a little bit of outside help. Like, I got sulfur coming in from everywhere. Come back Monday. Subscribe. Come back Monday. And we'll get this power plant going. But I want to go do a couple things back at the Rocky Desert, which is going to take a hot minute. And I know there's a lot of people out there saying, oh, you can make 20,000 megawatts off of a single crude node. Yeah, well, you can make a lot more than that if you know what you're doing with the right recipes. Nitro rocket fuel, diluted fuel, and heavy oil residue and turbo fuel become a horrifying combination. Absolutely horrifying. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and set this to bounce back and forth between those two train stations. That way, it's not going to sit and clog up any train tracks. So it can go. They can go bounce around some tracks. And bear in mind, this power station is coming down. It's not. It's. Oh, it's tax stuff. Right. I'm gonna tuck and roll out of that. Remember, like I said, I am not going to build the ballistic warp drives. They will be one of my last things I do, and I will fully 100% automate their construction. I am sinking 2.7 million points per minute. But one thing I do try to do at the end of each stream that I haven't been doing is put all my tickets up. We are at 826 tickets. I think we're getting the golden nut. I don't know about you, but I think I'm getting my nut. Oh, that sounds horrible. Maybe I meant it to sound horrible. Yeah, we'll put that silica up into dimensional storage. Oh, there we go. Clean out my inventory a little bit. But I do think that's going to do it for the day. It's a little early. Normally I try to go till 8 p.m. But like I said, there's not really anything I still need to do on that power plant that's not going to take me potentially half an hour to an hour. So I don't want to get started with something and have to cut in the middle of it. So I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you, if you haven't already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking, watching this after the fact, and you enjoy the content and my antics, if you're on YouTube, smack that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you've got it to spare, consider hitting that subscribe button over there on Twitch. It's not very much. Helps me out a great deal. And basically lets me continue to buy random ass games to make weird content on. But absolutely no pressure. I will never actually ask anybody to spend money if they don't have it. But until next time, I've been an idiot, obviously.